All right. So, where do I start? I played 40 games this year, and now I'm gonna rate them all. Um, I guess to give the backstory on this, um, I like video games, but I think when I think about my favorite games, I've realized that these are all games from like 2007, 2008, 2009, and then that's where it ends. Uh, where like those are the games that I've played that I like and that I think of when I think about the fact that I like video games, uh, which I like as a whole, of course. Shocking statement, yeah, that I like video games. Reminds me, the chat right now is behind my display capture. So let me change that. I'm going to assume that it's right now. Hold on, let me just check. Yeah, okay. Um, okay. And it's like essentially since 2010, it's like I don't actually play the video games anymore. I keep up with the stuff. I watch other people play, but I don't play them myself. And that's fine, right? That was okay for 12 years. I mean, maybe less than 12 years because in like 2010, I would have played games from 2009. Um, that was fine. And I did always think that like at some point I would be playing video games again, but time kept passing, and even when in late 2018, when Epic Games started to give out free games, and I was like, sure, I'll take games because I like playing them. Um, I think I maybe played like three or four of them, and then it just started to build up. Um, and there were in July of this year, there were like 380 something things in my Epic Games inventory that I had never touched. And yeah, so I guess what that means is that even like the monetary cost of games, whatever they are, was not a preventer there. Um, but I did always think like, I'm gonna play most of those games that I got eventually. Maybe I'm just busy with school or something. Um, but really, I think what I needed was just like some sort of push to do it. And that came after I attended SmashCon 2023. And honestly, what's most interesting about that, because SmashCon 2023 had a lot of fun. It's very cool to meet up with people uh, from Smash CPU and attend a tournament, attend a gaming event. Um, a lot of fun. Definitely would like to do it again in the future. Um, but what's what was really the, I guess, kicker here was that after the event, I got COVID. I actually tested negative like for a few days after, and then like in the middle of the week, I tested positive. Um, but I got sick. And it was pretty bad for a few days. Um, and about a week after SmashCon, if you look here, uh, SmashCon was the weekend that included the 13th, about a week after SmashCon. Um, I was still sick, but I was good enough to do something. And I was thinking like, I'm still sick, but I can do something. But it can't be like I can't collect uh, data and crunch numbers like I like to do. Um, Too intensive. What can I do? And the answer was play video games. I was like, I've had this backlog building up since 2018. Um, there's even a couple games that I bought on Steam around that time that I never played because I bought them. They were on sale. I bought them, and then 5 years passed. Um, but that sort of, I guess, day where I could do something, but I was very limited in what I could do. I feel like video games became the option, and I took it. And then, from there, it's like I just needed that spark to play the rest of the games that I played. So yeah, and so I played 40 games. There are a couple games I didn't finish, which I guess there's Cave Story here, which I abandoned, and that one I played through a decent amount. So I'll talk about it maybe like after 20 games, so like in the middle. But there are a couple games here that I started and didn't finish. So Thumbs Fighting Herds. I play on like a just a generic keyboard, and the more buttons a game has, the harder it gets to play because you hold two buttons down and the ghosting just takes out half the keys. And this game has the four movement buttons, and of course diagonal movement matters, and then it has like six attack buttons. So I couldn't figure it out. I was stuck in the combo trials, and I was like, it was a combo, and I'm like, why can I not hit this combo? Am I just bad? And then I noticed that I couldn't do a diagonal jumping forward aerial attack. And I changed the controls, and I could do that. And then suddenly I just couldn't jump forward diagonal anymore. It was just neutral jumps, and that was basically this game where every time I changed the controls, something else would stop working. And so it was quite a nice game though. Like I feel like if the controls worked, and at some point I do want to figure it out, but the figuring stuff out is like when I don't have a ton of games remaining to play. Absolute Drift. This is a skill game that would take a while to learn. I wrote it right here. I played it for like an hour or two, and I was still bad. Um, it's a driving game, and you drift. But I decided like I can try to become good at this game again once I've played most of the games that I want to play. And then Death Stranding, I got like an hour, maybe 30 minutes in, and I was like, wait, how long is this game? It's 40 hours long, and I only have time for one 40-hour game, and it's XCOM 2 this year. Um, at least because I started in mid or late August. But yeah, the rest of these, I played them to the credits, or if they didn't have credits, I played it maybe an hour or two at least. Played it to where I felt like I had a grasp on what the game is. Um, because this game actually here is a 5 minute game, or actually it's like a 3 minute game. But yeah, so that's that. And the next step is to introduce my rating here. So the rating system here will be out of five. Um, I think a lot of ratings tend to use a 10 scale. But at least for me, I think this will make it easier and quicker for me to rate things. Um, I guess if you prefer a 10 scale, you can sort of like extrapolate and say like a 5 is a 9 or a 10, a 4 is an 8, or a 7 or an 8. I guess a 3 is a 6, 2.5 is 5, and so on. Had to be a little different. Yeah. I actually didn't need to, but I was thinking about it. I was like 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10. You know, right now, um, this being maybe the first year in like a decade that I've played more than 2 games, the difference between 7 and 8 is like too hard for me to grasp right now. So we have a 5 point scale. No zero. I'm not going to give any games a zero. And in its place, there is a 2.5 because I think it's still important to have that right in the middle uh, rating. Not good, not bad. So that is that. So we'll start off here with MultiVersus. I guess regarding the rating, of course, it's all my opinion. You definitely don't have to agree. I would be pretty surprised if my opinion was exactly the same as someone else. Um, my rating is my experience playing this game this year. It's not going to be like, I know some of these games are older, will have like historical relevance. I'll try to bring it up if I know about it, but it doesn't have a huge impact on my end game rating. Yeah, I'll talk about the gameplay. Um, I think I'll try to be like brief on the story because I don't want to be here forever. So like I'll limit myself to maybe like a story premise. Maybe I'll like avoid spoilers. If you want to play any of these games yourself, you don't have to worry about me revealing anything super important. Uh, that should help keep the stream shorter. So start MultiVersus. This is this is actually a game that came out in 2022, and I played it when it came out in 2022. But in April of this year, they announced that the servers for the game would close in June, which actually, if I go back, yeah, 6/23, I actually played it until the servers took me offline just to see. That was the day that the servers went down. Um, MultiVersus let's see, it's a game that I look at with sympathy and disgust. Sympathy for just the game developers, um, as I do feel like there were places where they made good efforts, um, and I feel bad that their game obviously they definitely did not want their game to go offline. Um, uh, right? Like as much as Tony is the face of the game, and I'll make fun of him for whatever bad happens, he definitely would not be happy about the servers going down. Disgust for everyone. The same game developers for not doing everything correct. The I guess Warner Bros. Corporate, which really feels like they had a big hand in making some very wrong decisions. Uh, and some of I guess the people who talk about this game, not all of them, but the ones who sort of have that opinion of like it's not Smash, so it's bad. Um, that sort of opinion, not a good opinion in my opinion. Um, and so the gameplay. I played this game for I played it for 20 hours, and then I played it for 20 more. I say, let's see, I played it for 20 hours, and I was like, this game's pretty all right. And then I played it for, well, I played it for 20 hours and it was pretty all right. And that was during the technical test at the beginning of last year. Um, I thought, pretty good, especially for like a technical test, which is not going to have a lot anyways. Then the game released, technically a beta, and I played it for like 20 more hours. Um, and I thought, the game's still fine, but I'm realizing that I only enjoy the 2v2 mode. And once I've played enough of that, 40 hours worth, there's like there's like nothing else for the game in this game for me to do because it has a 1v1, it has a 2v2 mode, a 1v1 mode, and a free-for-all mode. And I don't know, the 1v1 mode, I feel like it exposes the fact that the game is really just designed for 2v2. Um, and then the free-for-all mode sort of just exists. Like it's not that much different from 2v2. Just yeah, I don't know. It's really just not different at all from 2v2. Just more janky because they close the blast zones in like the last couple seconds. Um, and then there's no story. That's all they have. The gameplay. Then they have the battle pass, and um, and of course stuff like the battle pass is where I feel like that was like I feel like that was like a concession the game developers had to make to the Warner Bros. Corporate to fund the game. Like we'll have the game. Uh, it'll be free to play, but obviously you have to put in the money sucking machine here of the battle pass. Um, and not only that, because once they released the game, I felt like it had a pretty good start with their first trailer. Um, you got to see all the characters. You got to see them interact. It was, I would say honestly, it was maybe on the level of a Smash Bros. Trailer. And then that's the only real trailer they had. Everything else, like it was like a slideshow of like Martian the Manhunter is coming to MultiVersus. Maybe they show a game clip, and then that's all. And something that's like a theory that I noticed is that this game sort of apparently they had like characters lined up, right? Black Adam, Martian the Manhunter, the was it Gizmo and Stripe, and someone said like there were dates that lines up with like the release of the Black Adam movie or like the release of some sort of like Gremlins thing, and for whatever reason, the multiversus character releases or reveals were all like each one was like the first one was like a week early, and the second one was like 2 weeks early to that date that it could have matched, and so on and so on. And the theory there was that they released them early, and in order to grab the players who were trying out the game at the start. And then, of course, because of that, presumably they would have run out of characters quicker. And then, of course, they have nothing for January, February, um, which there was a pretty big drought there in announcements during that time, like January, February, March. Um, I think Battle Pass paying for characters is fine because it's a free to play game, but the fact that you have to unlock equipment and perks was whack. I think all the equipment was cosmetic. Um, perks, yeah, you definitely have to unlock them if you were not going to pay for them. Same goes for the characters themselves. Um, is there anything else I would like to say about this game? I guess regarding that sort of comparison to Smash Bros, I feel like, you can't really compare a platform fighter to Smash Bros until they've like actually established themselves. Because they're not going to match up. Smash, I don't know. It's a series that keeps going, and they have like everything. And Sakurai, for any bad decision he makes, it feels like him and his team uh, make the right decision, more right decisions than wrong. Um, I guess while this game is not Smash Bros, I feel like to just say that it's not Smash Bros is too little. And really, what people should try to figure out is what specifically about it that they dislike. Um, and so with MultiVersus, at least for me, what I would like to see of this game, because I am going to rate it low, but I would like to give some like what I think it should do to make it better, because I mean it is supposed to come back next year, which I'm honestly not sure I believe. But you know, maybe it happens. Maybe it happens and maybe it's good. But I would like to see. Um, I think what Smash Bros. Does right is that the game is pretty fun to move in. And Multiversus, especially when you get to the 1v1 mode, it's not that fun to move in. Like, it's fun to do the attacks or whatever, but like to just move, I think it's not that great. And maybe it needs like a couple years to practice up for it, because I feel like Melee, if you just play it for the first time, it's kind of hard to move in that game as well. But obviously, people have proven that that game has great movement. Um, and so I think that's like the specific thing that I guess is what makes it not Smash Bros. Um, Other things definitely like more modes, because I don't know, maybe, yeah, I would say more modes, something like I don't know, like break the targets, home run contest. Could be literally anything. You could put in like Smash Brawl puts in like the 15-minute demos of old retro games. You could do that for this game with like a old Bugs Bunny game. Sure, it exists, right? Game needs like other stuff to do, I think. And so I hope yeah, this game needs other stuff to do. Anything that isn't play the game, but with more or less characters and or the blast zones change. Uh, I guess the last thing I would like to see out of this game is that more of the crossover. I think that trailer at the very beginning was good. I think part of what Smash does right is that after getting all the characters into one game, they have I guess, well, in Brawl they had the Southside Emissary, which had those cutscenes where you got to see the characters interact, and of course in the modern day they have the Smash trailers where you get to see some of that. And I would like to see the crossing over of the characters in a crossover game. So I definitely hope at least one of those things will happen for Multiversus if it comes back. I think when I started playing this game, I probably would have given it a 2.5. Um, I think if it comes back and it's the same, maybe I'll give it like a 2. But right now, with the servers offline and like you can really do nothing in this game, I am gonna give it a 1. Um, they're right on track with the character-specific voice lines. Yes, they definitely need more in-your-face interactions. I agree. So this is a game that I think has potential to be, I mean, even a 4, maybe even a 5. Like that'd be a lot of work though. Um, I mean, really, what it needs is it needs someone at the head, and in terms of the head, I mean like corporate head that understands what makes video games good, and it's not screwing up all the releases or whatever for money, and then like taking on the server. Because like the way it looks right now is that this game was like a cash grab, right? For a couple months, and they took it down, and then the game developers are left trying to figure out how to keep the game existing at all. So I don't know. We'll see how it turns out, but it is definitely a one right now. Next game gonna be Platform Fighter. Type it out here because I have to do it. 2 lines. So I played this game at SmashCon. It's one of a couple games I played, but it's the only game I played for a decent amount of time. And I did end up, because there was a ARG at SmashCon, I did end up getting a Steam copy of the game, and I went on to play it some more at home. And I would like to specifically talk about playing it on Steam at home, because this game, it is, if I had to describe it, I would say it's like Super Smash Flash 1. It is a platform fighter, by the way. It's like Super Smash Flash 1, refined just enough to be strategic. And that, I think, is actually an incredible idea, because it really just fills this sort of niche that's like good. Um, something like, I guess when things are simpler, something like Dive Kick. Dive Kick is cool. I've actually never played Dive Kick. I should. Um, what other games? There was I don't know, something like Dive Kick. We'll end there. Um, and I think the idea here, the concept, is really good, and I think they pulled it off, at least with what they have, pretty well. Time to play, time to buy Dive Kick. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Um, yeah, if I lose a Dive Kick, I'll train up in Gang Beasts and spring that on you as well. Um, the issues with this game, though, come from playing it at home on Steam, uh, because this game is missing a lot of quality of life features. You have to play the game in full screen. I could not figure out windowed mode or anything. There's no like options menu anywhere. Um, I have a relatively large monitor, so it was like super stretched, and I was not a fan. Um, Still playable though, but it's like I would like a windowed option. Um, can't really access anything else while it's in full screen as well. Um, because there's no options, there's no like volume slider or anything either. That one's not too much of a problem because I could just change my actual volume. But it's like it's a quality of life feature that like should exist. Um, when you're on the stage select screen, sometimes if you hover over a stage, it'll just automatically select, even though you press nothing. Um, it's not something that I would like to happen. Um, I don't have a controller adapter or anything, so I'm playing the game on a keyboard, and this game has a set keyboard control. Can't customize it, which isn't too much of a problem, but um, one of the buttons on the controller is not mapped anywhere on the keyboard controls, and it is the L button. There's no L, no L's on the keyboard. And because there's no L, you cannot exit out of any menu. You cannot LRA start and quit out of a game. Um, and yeah, you just can't do stuff. on the keyboard. And this game, I mean, it's a PC game. And these sort of quality of life things, it's like so simple, I think, like so like basic that I want from this game that I cannot consider it above average or even average because I feel like, windowed mode, a button being mapped for the keyboard control so I can actually control the game. It's something that this game should have. And I think this game has a ton of potential. Um, but as it stands right now, I'm probably going to give it a two just because it's in that state where stuff doesn't work. But it definitely has potential. And if it did work, I would give it a three for sure, at least. Okay, short hike. So this game, I think actually if I do that, I should keep it here. I'll do that next time. Short hike. This is a short game, and I actually think. Well, let me describe what the game is. The game is sort of like I guess, a cross between Animal Crossing and Night in the Woods. Probably, kind of. I would say, very loosely a cross between them. It definitely thing about Animal Crossing and Night in the Woods is that they're both pretty long, and a short hike is short to its detriment because because it's short, it doesn't really get to uh, take off or really go anywhere. You're just sort of left with I don't know. It's like maybe the first level of Night in the Woods, or like maybe you pay off only one thing of debt in Animal Crossing and you're done. That's sort of what it's like. And it's really good while you're there. You walk around, you complete little missions. Um, Characters that you can talk to sort of have like like talking to other characters in Animal Crossing, or like Night in the Woods, I guess. Sort of in between. It's very nice, and I did enjoy the game. Um, I wouldn't say it excels because of how short it is. And so I will rate it a four because I think if it were longer, obviously there's a risk in it being, uh, not being well written. But for what it showed, I think it feels like a game where it's like, man, I wish I could play like 10 hours of this. Hyper Light Drifter. I made a mistake playing this game because that's fine. I made a mistake playing this game because I was still sick, and I was like, what games are, relatively easy and I can sort of get through? And for some reason, I thought this game was like, I don't know. I don't even know what I thought this game was, but I did not expect it to be uh, the type of game where you learn by dying because, but that's what it is. You go around, you have a sword, there's enemies, they probably kill you. Um, some of the easy enemies you could definitely avoid though, and survive there. But like when they start putting more enemies on the screen, and you just have to learn the patterns to continue. Yeah, and the thing is, that was I felt like it might have been tougher because I was sick at the time, but that sort of gameplay, it doesn't bother me at all, and I did enjoy playing the game. I feel like there's something I wanted to say there, but not to worry about this game does have a story. Um, the story being they show the guy coughing, coughing out blood or whatever it is. He's like coughing and he like spits up some liquid, and then they get back to the game. Is kind of what it is. And every time I saw it, I'm just like, look, he's sick just like me. But I have no idea what's happening in this game story because yeah, they show that. I don't even understand if he won in the end or not. Um, I just understand that there was some sort of sickness that was happening, and he had it at least, and then he just fights characters. So I don't know. It went over my head. It's the type of thing that maybe if you wanted to go into some big game theory dive, you could. But I'm not into that on that level. Um, so I think that's it. Hyperlight Drifter probably a three here because I feel like being interrupted by the story was weird. The gameplay was nice. It wasn't anything like crazy, you know. Um, Anything that I think, I don't know, three is still a good rating, above average. I'm trying to think if there's like something that I wanted out of this game other than a story that I could understand. Um, I don't know. I think that's it. The story, pretty big part of it, especially, yeah, I think it's just a story. So here, Cats Hidden in Paris. You can see here I also played 100 Christmas Cats, Cats Hidden in Jungle Jam. I commissioned some bees, zero, and an arcade full of cats. And these are all, um, I could just keep that up. Look, it's like it lines up. These are all like Where's Waldo? You find uh, cats, or in that one game, you find bees. Uh, and in all of these, there's like 100 of them in every single one. And so specifically, Cats Hidden in Paris. When you get this game, which is free on Steam, it's very obvious that it's not going to be like anything crazy. Um, and so, I loaded it up. I clicked 100 cats, and then some cool music played, and that was that. And at least for me, I think because this game didn't really set any expectation, um, it was okay. And I'll probably give it a 2.5 here. Not much to say about it. It's a super short game. The other games here, 100 Christmas Cats, definitely worse. Definitely a two. Cats Hidden in Jingle Jam, kind of the same thing. Maybe a 2.5, maybe a two because I don't know. It's basically the same game though. The Bees game. So the reason why this game is a two actually is because in this game, every cat seems pretty unique. In this game, you could definitely tell that they copy pasted some of them, and so it's less interesting. Um, this game here, they kind of just like put bees just on there. It's like they're not even really hidden at all. So that one's definitely like a two, maybe, yeah. And this game here, it is probably the most like the closest to being an actual game where they actually like they tell you at the start, like the cat says, we're gonna travel through time um, to save the cats or something like that. And there's actually like different screens, and you kind of have some animations and stuff. And there's yeah, and but I did play it maybe because I played it after this one that it's sort of like lost it's luster, I guess, just playing games where you just click a bunch of cats. Uh, so I would say it's probably weaker than Cats Hidden in Paris, but it's probably also like a 2.5, like pretty average game. All right, Chaos on Deponia. Huh, okay. So this is the sequel to Deponia, which I did play some time ago. I don't know, maybe like 2015 I played it. It was like the one game I played in 2015 or 2016 or something like that. Point and click game where you solve the puzzle, you go through the story. Um, that's the gameplay. Um, the puzzles in this game, they're all right, but I'll probably get into that specifics of that later. The art is pretty good at this game. The art is pretty good. Um, Visually nice to look at. Um, Story is all right, except for one thing, and that is the main character. And they do this intentionally, but the he's like intentionally just like such a horrible character to everyone. Um, and this I think really hurts the. I should talk about this game as well while I'm doing it, just because it's the third game in the trilogy, so I can talk about both, and they have like the same sort of thing. Um, Character is not a good character, and he's like he's how do I put this? He's dense, I guess, while still being malicious, and I'm just not a fan of that. Or he's like, what's an event I can describe here? It's like there's a point where it's like his friend has something he needs, and so he's like, you know what would be a good idea? What if I filled a pie with toothpaste and toilet cakes and rat poison and then fed it to him? It's like, well, what? Why? It's like, why do you think that that's? And he doesn't seem like he's not like, yeah, I'm doing this because I'm a terrible person. He's just like, yeah, this seems like it would be the right thing to do for my friend here. And I don't like that part. I don't like his sort of denseness to the responsibility of feeding his friend a pie with toothpaste and toilet cakes or whatever. At least accept that you're actually doing a terrible thing. And this I think really hurts. Um, I feel like it slightly hurts the story, right? Like you're obviously watching this guy just be an idiot and also a bad person, but it hurts the gameplay because it makes you go out and find the toothpaste, find the toilet cakes, and put it all in the pie, and then you click the pie and you give it to the friend. It's like, don't put me into this. Let the guy be a bad person on his own. Um, there's like the orphans. You see the orphans, you're like, oh, he's gonna kill them. And what do you know? It's like you have to place the orphans into the mouth. It's like of the monster. It's like, why? Don't make me do that. If you're gonna do that, like make the character do it himself. I don't want to place every individual orphan into the mouth of some gigantic sleeping monster. That doesn't make any sense, first of all, that this guy thinks that this is a good idea. Yeah. So this game, it's I don't know, it's like everything else is good, but this thing is like it's like so hard to play this game because this guy is like constantly doing bad things. not even thinking that they're like bad. He assumes he's doing a good thing for some reason, which is annoying. And then you have to do the actions. Uh, and everything else about this game is fine. Like the story is kind of interesting. He's like a he lives in some sort of like trash town, and he's looking to get up to the uh, space city in the sky where everything is good. Um, of course, while doing it, he uncovers some sort of secret space city plot to kill everyone under the down in the trash town or something like that. That's something that happens pretty early on. It's not too big of a spoiler. I feel like I didn't even explain it correctly. Um, but yeah, it's really ruined by the main character and being forced to be the main character, basically. Also, these games, because they're like a series, it's like you kind of have to have them all to get the whole story. This game here, it's really like a middle game for sure. I feel like it doesn't really work as a standalone, so I'll probably give it a two. This game that does work as a standalone, and everything is good except for that character thing, so I'll put it right in the middle. I think that's where it belongs as a 2.5. And it does end nicely, which is at least a good thing. I say nicely, but I don't know if it's super nice. But it's better than everything that happened before it. They tie it off with like a nice bow, I guess. Everything. So for a game called Everything, this really is a whole load of nothing. In everything, how do I put this? I think let me talk about the gameplay. So in this game, you play as, a random animal is what it gives you at the start, and you kind of just transfer your consciousness to other animals, and then eventually to like trees and rocks, and then to everything. And then you do that for like 2 hours, and then it's like, hey, we've got like this puzzle at the end, and then they play the end cutscene, and that's it. Um, Also, this game has audio logs. If you've played The Witness, it's basically the same thing. Um, get to hear get to hear like that British dude who commentates wildlife documentaries. Um, yeah, this game's terrible. Uh, and Yeah, this game's really bad, and it is actually kind of the driving force behind me wanting to do this stream because like every time it's a type of game where every time I think about it, I try to think of like a new way to insult it. And then now I just have all this stuff and I'm like, I need someone to hear at least one of these. Um, so here's what I'm going to say here is that I think this game really makes you feel like a first time game developer who got super lucky, right? You had this idea, you're like, oh, you could transfer this to this. You coded that, you pitch it to some executive, and they're just like, wow, that's great. We'll give you a couple $1 million. And you're now you have all this cash and you're out partying, whatever. And like you make sure you're working on the game. So you're like every couple months you buy like some video game assets off somewhere. You're like, oh, we'll buy a tree. And then you could transfer yourself into the tree. We'll buy a car and you could do that. Like, I don't know, you buy a couple assets every week and you pat yourself on the back. And then months go by, years, I would be absolutely shocked if this game took years to develop. Months go by, and the executive calls you up. He's like, "So the game's, we're ready to release now, right? This is the time we set." And you're like, "Oh no, I didn't do anything." And you're like, "Sure, sure, I got it." And of course, you quickly, you're like looking through everything, like, what do I add to this game? You're at maybe some family gathering. You see your your nephew playing with one of those like toys where you put the square in the square hole and the triangle in the triangle hole, and you're like, I'll put that in my game as like a as like a final puzzle, and then that'll be good. And then you call up your college philosophy professor, your favorite one, because um, just like your game, the subject is all conceptual and not real at all. Um, and your professor's like, oh, and you're like, your professor's just like, oh, I've got recordings of my lectures. You can have them, and you're like, wow, great. I'll put that in the game too, and it'll be so intellectual now. And then and you do all that, and then you go to the executive, and you're like, the game's done. Here it is. And the executive's like, oh wow, that's great. And you're like, you're all happy, whatever. You leave, and the executive's just like, don't bring this guy back. Also, let's get out the money here to because we gotta talk to some game journalists. Because when you go onto the Epic Games page for this game, it immediately like puts on uh, sort of a page of like 9.5 out of 10, 9 out of 10 rated by whatever. You know, they're not, it's not real. Those reviews are not by real people, or they're real people who are paid, in my opinion. Um, yeah, I don't know. What else can I say about this game? Maybe you can fool like a fashion critic or like an art critic, because like sometimes you see in like fashion and art like the blobs on the paint wall or whatever, and it's like that's art that costs a lot. Or the fashion is just like whatever, and people will say it's good. Maybe you can fool people like that, but you cannot fool me. I understand that it's all a facade. That those sort of things, um, those sort of people, they will say that like a discarded paper bag on the street is is incredible because it's not about the paper bag. It's about feeling superior to the people who don't understand that that is like literally a discarded paper bag on the street. And that's what this game is. It's a game where if you want to say it's good, it's because you want to be like better than others. Pretending that this garbage of a game is worthwhile for any reason. It is a 1 out of 5, easily. Maybe the worst game I've ever played. I don't know. GNOG, this one will be pretty quick. There's no real story. Gameplay is you're given like a rectangle kind of thing, and then you kind of just click things to uh, solve some sort of puzzle, and it's musical, and the music is nice, but it's also like I was thinking as I'm playing this, like the music is nice, but like there's no place outside of this game that I could see myself listening to this music. Um, but yeah, I didn't have too much trouble with the puzzles, so I enjoyed it. I would not say that there's too much to this game, and I would give it a 2.5. Next is Minit. Oh, call cats, sure. Um, this is a game, sort of like I was gonna say Zelda game, but like Zelda has a bunch of different looking games, so that doesn't work. Um, it's a game. It's a lot like I don't know. It's like you view it from top down, and you can sort of walk around like Zelda, like Phantom Hourglass or Spirit Tracks, I guess, or like there's that one really old game, Zelda game, but definitely like that type of Zelda game where you view it like from a top-down perspective and you can move around. And the gimmick to this game is that every 60 seconds, every minute, your character dies, and then you restart from wherever you set your spawn point, which there are a handful in the game. I think there's like four of them. Uh, and so it is sort of like a puzzle where you have to figure out how to do all the stuff within the minute. Um, and you get through the story of, I guess, the reason you die every minute is because you picked up a cursed sword, and then you have to figure out how to escape that, essentially. And it's not bad, but I think this game is held back by its primary gimmick, which is dying every minute. It's limiting, and it makes the game, yeah, I don't know, it's limiting, and it makes the game less enjoyable, opposed to being able to stay where you are after 60 seconds. Um, Otherwise, I mean, the game is fine. The story, not too crazy, and the gameplay otherwise is just pretty normal, pretty good. Gone Home. Gone Home is a walking simulator. And so gameplay wise, it's a walking simulator, and that's nothing special, right? You walk around, you can look at stuff, um, and with walking simulators, what really matters is going to be the story or like story aspects. Um, uh, yeah, and Gone Home's story is really really good. Um, it's kind of like a mystery. The setting is like a kind of like a big haunted mansion. I wouldn't say haunted. It's like a big mansion, and you're in the. It's like 1 a.m. and there's a thunderstorm, so it feels kind of creepy. Um, and like your parents and your sister are like supposed to be there, but they're not, and you have to figure out what happened to them by going through the simulator, um, going through the gameplay and the house. Um, and the story ends up being quite nice. Um, the sort of reveals at the end, very good, very nice story. Um, what's interesting about this game is because of I actually thought about this. I was wondering if like the creepy atmosphere that it sets up with the middle of the night thunderstorm, big mansion house. Um, if like the reason I didn't really feel bored about this game at any point was because um, it was, I guess, filled up with suspense from that sort of atmosphere this game gave. Even though there's like no jump scares, like the one thing that I would maybe consider a jump scare is at some point um, you're in like a hallway and then the light goes out because like I don't know, because like the light bulb just goes out and then like nothing happens from there. Um, but yeah, the story really nice. This game is probably, I guess, other than Hyper Light Drifter and maybe a short hike, is pretty. critically acclaimed, and I think for good reason. I would give it a four, probably, like a high four. I think I don't know. I kind of don't like the creepy atmosphere, but I kind of feel like maybe the game needed it to fill empty moments with suspense. But if that's it's good and bad. Here, air, memories of old. This is sort of like a flying game. I haven't played Zelda Skyward Sword, but the flying in that game kind of looks like the flying in this game, I guess. I don't know. I don't know because the flying in this game is enjoyable, and I don't know how enjoyable Skyward Sword's flying is. Um, but that's the gameplay. You fly around to different places. Um, it's a lot of I'd say different places. It's a lot of ruins, a lot of caves. That's the type of game this is. Um, Story-wise, there's like some sort of evil entity, and then like by gathering the spirit powers of the spirit characters, you try to do that to defeat the entity, something like that. It wasn't that interesting, the story. And this game, flying is fine. The locations kind of very limited, and the story and characters are pretty flat. Um, the protagonist is a silent protagonist. There's like three people at the start, and like two of them are like very like low personality, sort of like NPC characters, and then the third one's like a child who's kind of nice to talk to, I think. And then every other character is like a spirit creature who just wants to lore drop you. And I didn't enjoy that because this game did not make me care about it. And because I didn't care about it, I definitely did not care about the lore. And so it's like I travel, I see this like glowing fox, and I'm just like, not this guy again. He's just gonna say like he's just gonna say some stuff, and it's like it doesn't even matter to the story. Um, just like yeah, there once was a giant bear, and he protected the lands and whatever, and then it doesn't even matter. Like I literally didn't have to listen to what he said. Um, the yeah, and that's this game. It's like the gameplay is all right, but then I'm just like sort of just bored from everything else about this game, where there's no interesting characters and there's no interesting story. It will be a 2.2. Yeah. There's something else I could say about it, but I think there's a game down here that's similar, so I'll leave it for that. Tacoma. Tacoma is a kind of walking simulator again. It's actually made by the same people who made Gone Home. Um, and this story is there's like an abandoned space station, and you've been tasked with going in, sort of finding out what happened. Um, Specifically, I mean, you're not really tasked with finding out what happened. You're kind of like, that's like a bonus. You're really just tasked with like grabbing the ship's information is like what your actual task is. Um, and this game, it has an interesting idea where it shows you, I guess, the story moments through recordings of like what's the term? Like holograms. It shows like holograms of the ship's crew, which of course are missing, but you get to see the holograms of them from like it says like hologram uh, 1 month ago, hologram 2 weeks ago. And as you travel, of course, things will get revealed. And there's really interesting stuff where it's like there's like a locker, and you're like you can watch the hologram, punch in the code, and then you punch in the code yourself in real time to open the locker. Um, that sort of thing is cool, although it's not very important to the story. Um, but it's there. Um, and yeah, I mean the story is all right. I would say it's not as strong as Gone Home, which is easy to use as a point of comparison because they're made by the same people. And I think the reason is that Gone Home is like maybe familiar. Um, you're in a house that you're supposed to know because it's your parents' house. Um, you get to see a bunch of things that like make sense as you travel through that game. In this game, you're in like a space station. Um, it's a little less familiar, I guess. But I think actually the more important thing is that Gone Home is pretty mysterious, I guess is the word. Um, I feel like the ending, up until like very close to the end, I wasn't predicting it. Um, Tacoma is more predictable. What's happening, what's going to happen. Uh, I think because of that, it's less interesting. Um, and I think that's about it. It's less interesting, but it's still good. And I would give it a 3. Oh, let's see. This is a how do I put this? You have it's like a first person perspective. Um, I guess it's kind of like a walking simulator, but it is pretty focused on actually completing puzzles. Um, and the puzzles they're all fine. I think they're all not too difficult. Um, I believe you cannot die in this game. So it's like you kind of just walk around, even if they like start showing weird things, like I don't think you can die. Um, you sort of just walk around and complete puzzles to solve the mystery of what happened to your husband is what the game is. Um, the gameplay is pretty normal. The story is weird. Um, how do I put this? It's like it starts off, you're trapped on this island, and then suddenly the island is like magic, I guess is what to say without saying too much. And then just like weird stuff happens. And it's like when I think back on this game, because I did play it in September, I think back, I'm just like, the further I get, the more I just like all I remember about the game is that the story was just so weird. Um, what do I say here? I don't know. I think that's all I can say about the story. I also think that the ending is like not super happy and like it's like kind of like I don't know. It's just like it ends weirdly too. Um, I wouldn't say it's a bad ending. I guess it's like a relatively profound ending. But yeah. I just think back on this. I'm just thinking like, what a strange game, and like the paths it took. And I think when I played it, I did sort of mostly enjoy it. Um, have probably given it a three, but like the longer I get from it, it's like I don't know. I don't know about this game. It's little the story's too strange. So 2.5. Silent Age. This is a point and click, um, two-dimensional. Sort of just walk side to side, and it is about time travel. And I think having not just games but like TV shows and everything, having seen a lot of different things, different takes on time travel, I feel like there is a level that you have to accept that they're not going to stick to the, I guess, basic concepts of time travel because they're two contradictory concepts. One is everything you do in the past affects the future, and the other is, or changes the future, and the other is everything you do in the past doesn't matter because it's like the future is predetermined by the past, and you are predetermined to try and change the past, meaning the future is the same. And they're just two contradictory things. And most games are, or shows or whatever tend to end up utilizing both as they choose. And this game, it sticks to one for a while, and then like towards the end, it's like either they're gonna stick to it or they're gonna make the change to try and make like a happier ending, I guess. And you know, whichever one they do, it's like sure they do decide to make the change. That is fine. I've come to accept that from time travel games, and and if it sticks to the same thing, then it's like kind of a I don't know, maybe because this game does make the change in the end. I guess I will spoil that. Um, I don't know if it would be better if it stuck to it till the very end. I think I might have thought of better of it. But otherwise, for a point and click, it was pretty, uh, what's the term? I'm not trying to say linear. It's pretty logical, pretty logical. Sometimes with point and clicks, it's like I have no idea what I'm doing until I understand that the character is just trying to be a person. Um, this game, I think, is pretty logical from the start, wherever your starting point is, and stays that way all the way through. And so I thought it was pretty good, and I will give it a three. As um, let's see. So to, I guess, preface and prepare you for what I'm going to say about Fez, I have played The Witness and I did not like it. I did not like The Witness. And so Fez, it starts out, I guess, presenting itself as a pretty standard platformer. Um, you, I don't know, you climb up a hill, you get talk to the guy. There's like a reset thing where like it shows the credits or something, and then you get the Fez, and then you can flip into third dimension, or you could maybe not third dimension. You can rotate the stage around basically, and that is pretty cool. And then the floating square or whatever it was, maybe it was a triangle, tells you like, oh, you have to collect the stuff. That's fine. And so I'm doing this, and then from that point, the story kind of just stops coming, right? You're just collecting the stuff. And because it's just a gameplay, I guess I'm noticing that the character slides a little too far for my liking. His some of his animations, like the climb animation, I feel like it takes a little too long, and it kind of bothers me. Um, but I do think that the gimmick is cool. You know, I played Super Paper Mario, which lets you flip to 2D to 3D, and like so the rotating thing, very similar, and I enjoyed it in Paper Mario. I enjoyed it in this game. And then um, this game, I mean, it has a map and it tells you like there's something here. And it gets to a point where you're in a room and there's like nothing there, but it says on the map there's something there. And you kind of just like you're in that room, there's nothing. And there is like a point where you realize that this game is not a platformer. Uh, in fact, it is the witness. It is the witness. Secretly hidden in this game, they uh, they give you these weird, complex puzzles. Some of them are not that complex. Uh, and for me, that's not what I'm into. But the thing is that this sort of puzzle-like solving thing is half the game. Um, the collectibles are actually split. It's like 32 and 32. 32 you can collect through platforming, and then the other 32 you collect specifically to doing puzzles. And I say 32 platforming, but it's kind of like less because some of the ones you have to do some sort of tiny puzzle to reach it, I feel like. And I don't know, I just didn't enjoy the puzzles. Um, stuff, and to describe the puzzles, like it's not like a GNOG puzzle where everything's there. Fez puzzles are like something is in Morse code and you got to translate it, right? And that's different from all these other games where the puzzles are pretty easy to solve. Morse code is something that like you have to go and look up Morse code unless you already know it. I don't know. I just wasn't into it. It just wasn't something I liked. And it reminded me of The Witness, which I didn't enjoy. And I was like, this game better not have audio logs because I don't like those either. Or specifically audio logs where some old guy talks philosophy. Um, luckily, this doesn't have that, but it is pretty much silent for like the whole remainder of the game. And so all you're left is to focus on the platforming and the puzzles. Uh, the puzzles I didn't enjoy, and the platforming. Ooh, Lego Fortnite. Okay. Puzzles I didn't enjoy, and the platforming where I noticed there were little things that I didn't like. Um, so for my rating for this game, I think I will give it a 2.5 because while I didn't really enjoy it, I have a lot of respect for the level design, the sort of rotating into the different perspectives. Um, clearly, that takes effort to design a level in that way, and I felt that that was really, really solid, really well done, enough to where I will not consider this game bad. But I did not enjoy the game. WonderBoy: The Dragon's Trap. Just put WonderBoy here. This is a game. This is a game that I think it came out like. 2017 or something, but I think it's maybe like a remake of like a much older game, and it definitely feels that way. Where it's pretty much like a standard side-scrolling 2D type of game. Its gimmick is that each after each boss, you get transformed into a different animal with different skills, and then towards the end, of course, you can sort of rotate between them, whether it's through there's a room that lets you do it, or there's like a sword that you kind of have to go a little out of the way to find. But it'll let you do it just anywhere if you have that sword, which I did find. Um, yeah, the story is obviously you've been transformed into an animal and you have to get back to your human form. Um, but the game is like pretty much completely silent. Maybe like I think the storekeeper will have like a line of dialogue for you, but it's like nothing substantial. It's a pretty much silent game where you play the side scroller and that's all. Um, Specifically about the side scrolling gameplay, I feel like the level design is sort of like an octopus, I guess. You have like a hub place and then you go out to the level, and then at the end, I think it just teleports you back to the beginning. Um, it's very close to, I guess, what I would like to see, other than like a completely linear, like Mario, which is like completely linear. Um, it's very close to what I would have liked to seen, which is something a little more looping, more maybe more like Metroidvania like, but I don't know about that. But it's like something that where like you don't just teleport back to the start, and then if you want to go through the level again, you have to go all the way through again from the start. Um, 'Cause, yeah, I don't know. I like the hub world, but I'd like to access more than just the very beginning of a level from the hub world. WonderBoy, let's see. Probably a 2.5. Pretty standard game. Weed Park. This is a point and click adventure again. Um, I mean, you play actually as a bunch of characters, and then you have to solve some sort of mystery that, what even was the mystery? There's a dead guy, and the detectives are trying to figure out why that guy is dead and like who killed him. Um, there's some other characters there that are also they're not trying to solve a mystery. They kind of have their own goals. Um, and it's like a couple branching storylines that kind of connect a little bit. In the end, they all kind of gather at the same place. Um, so, I mean, the gameplay is a point and click, so that's just like average. The story, I would say there are two pretty important things that I kind of just wasn't into. The first is that a lot of the characters in this game are very exaggerated. Um, and I think it kind of makes sense for a point and click where like the characters matter. So like you'll exaggerate them to make them feel, make it feel like there's more to the game. That being said, a lot of these characters I found to be not fun. Um, Most of the side characters kind of just exist, I think. Like, though some of them will have some like kind of cringy gimmick, and I guess that's fine. But like, it's the main characters where like there's a clown who's just his gimmick is that he's just mean to everyone. There's like this girl, her thing is that she's just a know-it-all. It's like kind of like not fun for me, I guess. They're not the characters that, again, similar to the Deponia series, they're like not the characters where I want to play and have to perform all their actions for. Um, and there's just so many of them where I'm just like I don't really like this character, and it's just more and more. Um, this game also has a weak ending, in my opinion. Um, they sort of build up this mystery, and then they kind of toss it away to say like to like break the fourth wall, I guess, for their ending. Is like that's what their ending is, like a random fourth wall break, and the game kind of comes to an end, and they kind of try to tie things up right at the end, but they kind of like I feel like they don't really succeed at that, um, doing it last minute like that. Um, so I would probably rate Thimbleweed Park. I think it is the type of game like I could definitely see someone enjoying it a lot. Um, but I would probably rate it negatively. Give it a 2 out of 5. I didn't like a lot of the characters. I didn't like the ending, and that's kind of all this game has to offer, being point and click. And the point and click, like some of the puzzles, like it wasn't to me super logical, like the Silent Age. It felt there was stuff that was like too confusing. That being said, this game does have a hint system, so even if I struggled, like there is that there. Night in the Woods. Gotta take a sip of water first. So hold on. Right. So Night in the Woods. I guess this is the first of a couple games here that I actually had like more motivation than just like this game looks kind of interesting because Jersey had played this game in his 2022 Games Rating stream. It was his highest rated. Um, and so I was definitely interested in this game. Um, and I played it, and it's kind of a walking simulator kind of game, 2D, I guess 2D like Mario or something, but it's more of a walking simulator, not really like a gameplay sort of thing. Um, and what really matters about this game is, of course, being a walking simulator, the story and story aspects. But in particular about this game, I would say it's not so much the, I guess, main story, but more of the, I guess, characters and environment that it presents. Um, specifically in regard to nostalgia. Walking through a town um, that you used to live in, and even if for the player playing the game, it's like completely unfamiliar. They do make you walk through that same town over and over, and it becomes a familiar place to you. And I think that's like part of what that this game is going for is building up that sort of environment and the characters and character interactions. Um, 'Cause I feel like the actual story of this game is not too crazy. Um, there's like a sort of mystery going on, but it definitely takes a back seat uh, to the characters and their, I guess, internal struggles and conversations with each other. Um, I'd say when I played this game, um, I enjoyed it quite a bit. Uh, I thought the characters, I thought they all worked. They weren't like annoying or anything. Um, felt, I guess it felt like it had a ground in reality, and I like that. And I like that the characters, I guess I liked that the characters were the way that they were, and I thought the story was fine. Honestly, there was a point where like the mystery part of the story, I was like, they could just not address that, and I would be completely fine because I mean, that kind of would be realistic, right? Like, there's like maybe someday in real life you see something in the street and you think it's weird, and then nothing comes of it. Like, if that happens, would not have been an issue for me. It would have felt in line with everything else. Um, what I liked about this game was the characters, um, and the town, the environment that it created. But it does get complicated because after playing this game, Max did a sort of analytical playthrough. It was called what's it called? Classics playthrough and analysis of the game. Um, and he played the game and he would talk about a lot of different things. And it was very interesting, of course. Um, and that honestly was fine. But there was something sort of in the back of my mind where I was thinking like, I don't know. I was thinking like there's something like not good about this game that I'm not sure about. But it's there, just way in the back. I can kind of feel it, but I cannot grasp it. Um, and then I joined a video game book club. They play, games every month. And the month that I joined, the discussion happened to be about Night in the Woods, and I got to hear about the game again from the perspective of a couple different people. Um, and I noticed that the people who talk the most in that conversation, it felt like they sort of shared uh, same opinions on sort of, I guess, interpretations of events. And this is when I realized what is bothering me about this game. This game, to me, like it presents a bunch of stuff, and they are not super straightforward. Um, you can interpret it mostly in similar ways, but there are slightly different ways you could potentially interpret things. And for some things, you can interpret them maybe even completely differently. I'm not too sure. Um, but when I was listening to, I guess three different people in talk about the game, and they kind of came to like the what seemed like pretty much the same interpretation. It felt like it started to limit the game. Uh, I guess the easiest comparison would be to a book, right? Because a book is written, and there are things where Words can only do so much, but when you read, you can sort of imagine what's happening. Um, and let's see, what's a book that I can use as an example? Maybe like Harry Potter, right? Harry Potter, you read the book, you can sort of imagine stuff, things that aren't said, you can kind of guess at, use your own imagination to interpret those events. Um, then maybe the movie comes out and you watch the movie, or the author, J.K. Rowling, who does talk about the books every once in a while. At least, I mean, nowadays I feel like she doesn't really. Not that I really pay attention to what she says anymore. Um, or I feel like, I don't know, I feel like she doesn't really come up in the news anymore either, I think. But, there were times where she was popular because Harry Potter was popular, and she would say something about the book, be like, yeah, when I wrote this, I meant it in this way. Um, and because she said that, it's like the writing of that part, which could be interpreted as like this, or this, like now it's this, because this is what she said it was. And you lose this and this. The book is like less of a book then. I guess it becomes less of I don't know what I'm trying to say, less of a good thing, I guess, because your ability to interpret things in multiple ways is now limited. And happening with Night in the Woods is the same thing, where maybe I interpret it this way, but all those three guys or four or whatever, they were kind of like saying it was this way. And I sort of lose that ability to see this thing as correct, where it seems like everyone else is picking this one. And I guess I don't know what the term is. Maybe like idealism. I don't know what it is. It's like what I see in the game. Maybe it starts out as like a large amount of possibilities. And the more I hear about this game, it's like specifically the interpretations, it feels like things sort of get lost along the way. And sometimes that's fine, but I think I got to a point where it was too much. It kind of struggled. And yeah, I would like to not hear any more about Night in the Woods because I did enjoy this game. And I will still give it a 5. But I think from when I first finished the game, uh, doesn't really stick up to what it was, not just a few months ago. Um, but still a good game, and I don't know if it would. I don't know if I could ever like give it a 4. I'm not sure. Like if I kept going, yeah, I don't know. I think it's still a 5 no matter what. But it is like I wouldn't say it's the perfect game, if that makes sense. Um, yeah, and I did enjoy the Guitar Hero segments. I guess I should say that. All right, inside. Let's see. So inside, it's a platformer, sort of like two-dimensional. Um, you run around, you try not to die to the various things. And I guess the story is pretty vague. And really what they do is they kind of just show you weird stuff just over and over. It's like you see like pigs with worms in them, and like you guys see a bunch of people in a line and they look like zombies. It's like all sorts of just strange, vaguely creepy things happening as you platform through the game. And this game is like one long level. If you go into like the pause menu, it'll show you checkpoints and stuff to show you how far you're in the game. But every transition is pretty seamless. Um, and yeah, the gameplay is good. Uh, I think all the platforming is fine. There's some little puzzles in the platforming that are all those were all good except for the sprinkler one where you with the flaming box. That one was not enjoyable. Um, the story, I guess, its way of showing you weird things and sort of not verbally telling you a story, it does it correctly. Because a lot of other games are kind of just silent and empty, I guess. Like Fez was silent and empty. While inside, um, it's silent, but you're seeing this weird, strange thing, and it sort of fills that space, I guess. Um, and then they go on and they kind of connect it, I guess. Not everything is connected, but yeah, I guess it's connected in the sense where you come to accept that weird things are going to be shown to you, and what's the term I'm trying to use? Uh, maybe like where other games here kind of fail at I think they fail at being silent and I guess artistic, um, and they kind of come across as empty or pretentious. I think Inside is able to succeed in the way that they tell their story. Um, and even the ending is like super weird, but it's like, hey, at that point you've come to expect it, and it's good. Um, yeah, so I definitely enjoyed Inside a lot. It definitely does go into the five category. It is a pretty critically acclaimed game, and I can see why. Um, next we have the Forest Quartet. So this is a game. Let's see the gameplay. You follow this sort of like ghostly specter is who you control, and you kind of just solve like really really simple puzzles as you go through the game, and it's like it doesn't stand out, right? Like other games, some of their puzzles are engaging. This one, the puzzles really aren't that engaging at all. They're too simple for it. Um, the story of this game is that let's see, there's a band, there's a quartet, and one of their members has passed away, and you kind of see the other three members sort of deal with their emotions. Um, and this and that's basically the story where you kind of go through like three separate levels for the three remaining band members, and then there's like a final level. Um, And the story, it is good and bad. There's a good part and there's a bad part. The bad part is kind of watching these characters try to like, I guess watching these characters sort of deal and I guess try to figure it out is really the issue. Where I think in like the first level, there's this guy and he's just like, I don't want to do anything anymore. And then you solve a puzzle, and then suddenly he's just like, you know what? Maybe I do want to do something now. And it's like very like just like a complete flip. It doesn't feel like a progression. It just feels like you solved the puzzle, therefore everything is good now. And it's like it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right. And a lot of that gameplay from that point onward is similar, where it's like it doesn't feel right that you solving these really simple puzzles is the solution. Like it doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't. It feels like, and that's how it feels like. It's like what it would have maybe been better is if like they're able to talk through and realize, but it kind of skips that part for a puzzle. It's like I'm feeling bad, solve the puzzle, I'm okay now. And there's no like transition from bad to okay that I think this game would have done better with. Um, the good part about this game is that this game does, in each level, sort of give you a flashback audio. Like it doesn't actually, you just play the game normally, but it gives you audio that's like from the band's past, where it's like all four of them in like an interview and they're like talking and joking around, and it's really good. Um, because it sets up everything. You can see the sort of camaraderie between the band members, how they interact, and it's like you can tell that this was like I guess a really fun thing they had, and like it sets up for that the fact that one of them died is like real unfortunate because what they've lost is not I'm a, really unfortunate because where was I? It's unfortunate that the death happened because you can kind of you understand that what happened in those interviews no longer exists, and that's really profound. And yeah, I don't know. It's nice to hear that audio. I think listening to it, I think I could kind of see myself playing this game again just for that. But the rest of this game, like the puzzles, are not interesting. The present day story that this game has is not done. I feel like it's not really written well. But this game does have something. I do believe that this game is uh, written partially on a true story because I don't know for sure, but it does dedicate the game at the end to like a real person who seems to have passed away. And I think the sort of audio flashbacks does really tie into that well. Um, but I think the rest of the game kind of doesn't follow up, and and it is held back a lot by it, and It is going to be a 2. I'm thinking about 2.5, but I think it is going to be a 2. First tree. This game is like a sort of game I played that it looks similar to. Um, maybe I guess maybe it's like everything. Um, Visually, of course, not gameplay wise. You control a fox from a third person perspective, and you can kind of just see the world around you, and you kind of run around, and you can collect like glowing, shiny things in this game, glowing like orbs. Uh, that's all this game is. You kind of run around these big areas, and you can collect stuff, or you can just go to the try to progress, which generally is just running to the end. There's one level where you have to like activate some switches. Um, Progress the story, which is about um, two interconnecting paths. There's like the fox and the fox's story of trying to meet up with its family. Um, and then on the flip side is the this guy who kind of voices over the game, and he talks about his dad who passed away. It's another game about some guy who passed away. Um, and the two stories kind of connect, where like the guy is saying like he sees this fox in his dream, and like somehow it's connected. Um, and the story is somewhat interesting, I guess. This sort of, I guess, interpretation of losing a loved one. Um, it's I wouldn't say it's an incredible interpretation, not interpretation, incredibly written story, but the concept is definitely interesting. Um, the gameplay, uh, these levels are just like these big empty areas, and it's not very good. They're just too empty. It's just like a lot of like running. Um, yeah, I don't know. It's just too empty, and there's also not much to do. You can collect the glowing orbs, or you just run for like 15 minutes, and then that's how it is. Um, yeah. So I think this game is probably around a 2 as well, maybe on the lower side of it. Yeah, there's not much else to say about it. I was shocked that Mike said he had played this game out of all these other games, because it's like it's such a weird one to play. Because yeah, I don't know, it's such a weird one. Well, I did say I wanted to talk about Cave Story in the middle, so let me do it now. Cave Story, which I didn't finish, and so I will probably not give it like an end rating, but I do want to explain why I abandoned it. So this is like a 2D sort of dungeon crawling, I guess. I don't want to say Metroidvania because it's like it looks similar, but the levels are more linear for sure. I guess it just feels like a Metroidvania because it's like a lot of caves is where the story takes place. The gameplay is it's pretty all right. The character does slide for a bit longer than I would like, which is very frustrating for platforming puzzles. Um, it does have a gimmick where the enemies drop sort of like level up. things and it like levels up your weapon. If you collect enough, you can go from level 1 to up to level 3. And then if you get hit, you lose levels. Um, and this does sort of create a gameplay loop where you want to sort of kill all the enemies and also not get hit at all because you want to level up and you want to keep those levels. Um, and that's fine for a lot of it, but it's less enjoyable than, I guess, the basic uh, 2D platformer, where sometimes you just want to get through a section and you just want to damage boost at somewhere and then just keep going, right? You kind of can't really do that in this game, or at least you can't do it easily without already like knowing what to do. Um, that is sort of a weakness to this game because as I grew more frustrated with the game, I kind of was just like, I don't want to be in this level, kind of like inching my way forward, killing all the enemies, just so that I have like the maximum levels for the boss at the end. Um, Story-wise, this game's story I think is very weak. And I did only play part of it, so I didn't get the full thing. That's important to note. I played up to the Frog Doctor. Um, Specifically, if you don't remember what the Frog Doctor is and you're like, you've played the game and you're wondering where that is, there's like a doctor who is a frog. And then you have to, in the game, you have to defeat like this black rectangle thing with arms and legs. And you drop something, and then you go back to the Frog Doctor, and then you can continue onward from there. I don't know what's past that point though, because that's where I stopped after I beat that black bag thing. Um, yeah, I don't know. But the story, it really just drops you in the middle of it. Um, you kind of go in and they're like, everything in the story has already happened, basically. Um, or everything that would start up, it's already like started, and you're just like you're waking up in the middle of it. And so anything that sort of would build up the game, I feel like is missing. The characters, they introduce you, and then like every like third time you see a character, it's like the last time you see them. So it's like you never get to build up any of the characters. And because of the way that it is, where it's like you kind of just stop seeing the characters, like it kind of even by the time of the Frog Doctor, which I feel like maybe is not even that far into the game, I'm like of the opinion where it's like I'm just not gonna care about any of the characters because they're gonna stop appearing basically. Every time it's like there's like the first character they show you, and it's like there's like they're gone immediately. Um, and then I don't know. It's like the characters they don't last very long, and because of that, the game is unable to build up that sort of it's unable to build character arcs. Is how I feel about it. So as a result, it's like wasn't into the story where nothing is building up. I'm just being introduced to a new character, and then eventually I'll move on to the next one, I guess. And then the gameplay is very felt very grindy, and it wasn't the type of grind I wanted to do. Um, I think if I were to rate this game based off what I played, I probably would have given it somewhere between either a 2 or a 2.5. It's sort of like if the ending is to the same standard, maybe a 2.5. Maybe they kind of like don't really have a great ending and it's a 2. Maybe they do the ending really well and it could go up to a 3. that's sort of where I was on this game. But I could not finish it, and I don't know what the ending's like. Actually, years ago, I remember looking up stuff about this game, and I know that there's like a generic ending and then like a super, like a hidden ending, something like that. And it seemed like you had to go out of your way to get the good ending, which I don't know if I like or not because I don't actually know what the ending is like, the normal ending. All right, XCOM 2. So this is a like a turn-based tactical type of game, tactics. And I think tactics is probably my favorite genre of video games in general. Um, because let's see, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon has that kind of turn-based tactics, and I enjoy that game. Fire Emblem has it, and I enjoy that game. Although I've only played Blazing Blade, I think is what it's called. Blazing Blade, and then the one after it are the two that I've played. Not any of the recent ones. Um, yeah, the one after it, it's Erica and Ephraim, if I'm like numbering things wrong. So Lynn, Elliewood, Hector, Erica, Ephraim. Those are the two that I've played. Oh, and I played Shadow Dragon, which is the remake of the first game. So three games. And I enjoyed all of them. Um, although I don't know if I finished all of them, but I did enjoy the gameplay. And XCOM is no different. It's a tactical game. I played it. I enjoyed it. Um, I will say this game needs a better tutorial because um, the tutorial the game gives you, it's like here's how you move, here's how you shoot, here's the button to throw a grenade, and then the one thing they really tell you is like here's how cover works, and then they're like, well now get out there, and then what they don't tell you is everything else basically, right? They show you they have a huge kind of hub where it's like you have equipment that you can build, you have research you can do, you have facilities you can build, um, yeah, like training and stuff. It's like there's all sorts of things, and it's just like it doesn't really tell you what's going to happen. Like the research, you kind of have to guess, because some of them are going to be like the best item in the game. The other ones are going to be pretty useless, and you kind of just have to guess. And I'm not too big a fan of that. Um, and then like in the map world, they kind of put in like timed things, and then they put a big red bar at the top of the screens, like you have to complete the game before the aliens fill this bar, because this game is about fighting aliens. Um, and it's like they kind of like overload you, I guess, without really explaining, and you're like, it's hard to tell what to prioritize, and to even just figure out what is good and what is bad. And like what ended up happening for me is like I played the tutorial, right? It's pretty scripted tutorial, so like that stuff happens. And then I play the first level, and I get my squad of four. Um, I'm fighting the aliens. I'm doing all right. And then on one turn, there's like the gray like big head alien. He mind controls one of the characters, and I didn't know he had mind control. I'm like, oh, I guess he can do that. He mind controls my character, and that character turns and one hit KOs one of my other squad mates, and they die. And this game does have permadeath, by the way, so like your squad character dies, they're dead. Um, and they wouldn't have died if they were not a basic unit. Like if this were not the first level of the game, and they had been able to rank up, they probably would have survived with like 1 HP or something. But because it's the first level of the game, they die. And then the gray alien, he proceeds to use his second move to shoot a car, which blows up. And they're like, I didn't know that happens. The car blows up, kills the guy who was mind controlled and one other guy. And it's like in one turn, three of my guys are dead because of stuff I had no idea what would happen. And that's like the third, other than the tutorial, that's like the third turn of the game that I'm playing. Like the third turn ever where this happens. Um, this game, at the very least, because I was able to complete the game with the remaining unit, who actually only lived because they ranked up. They're the character from the tutorial, and they rank up in the tutorial, and so they have one extra life bar, and so they survive. So I ended up winning with that character with 1 HP, and they did end up giving me like 3 free new squad members, who of course struggle to keep those ones alive too because they have no health. Um, but yeah, it's definitely a struggle to figure out what to do in this game, and I'm not sure I would have been able to get through it if it were not for the fact that I really enjoy the genre. Because I played this game for 40 hours to beat it. Um, I think like literally like the first 10 hours, it was like figuring things out and trying and like really, really like not really having um, fun and more so like I don't understand this game yet. And it took like 10 hours. And then once I reached that 10 hours, the next 30 hours were great. I enjoyed the game. I knew what to do. I could strategize. The characters, they leveled up enough. And then they got like unique abilities that were fun to do. Um, and also, I did end up, uh, over the course of the 10 hours, looking up what stuff did. And I found out that like the time limit at the top kind of like you can kind of just ignore it. Um, so that was nice to know, not feel so pressured about that. And there were other things I looked up to help. So I I think I would rate this game as much as I feel like if I ever go back to this game, it's like nothing. There's no problems now. It's like I enjoy the game. There's the meme about like missing a 90% shot. Yeah, it happens. Um, but that's at that point, like that's the only negative of the game, and that's what RNG is. Which this game, by the way, kind of like maybe goes too much on the RNG. It's like you have that a hit chance, and then there's also an extra chance for it to do less damage, even if it hits. At least that's what it seems like. And then the damage it does, it's in a range, so it's like an RNG of how much damage you do. Maybe a little too much RNG. Um, Even though I feel like if I were to rate my top games of all time, it would probably rank among the games I'm going to be giving 5 out of 5. I feel like my experience playing it for the first time is probably a 4 out of 5 just because of that 10-hour section where it really was a struggle. But this is definitely a game I enjoyed. Right. Control. So Control is another like three-dimensional kind of game. You get I guess third-person shooter would maybe describe it, at least visually what it looks like. But gameplay-wise, gun is maybe one of the least interesting things about this game. Um, so the gameplay, you get given the gun um, after doing some intro stuff, and then you can fire it, and it's basically like a pistol, and it's not, it's serviceable, right? pistol is serviceable. And as you get further into the game, you can upgrade the gun to do different things. Like there's like a shotgun version, a machine gun version. Um, but honestly, like it's not that interesting. I enjoyed the rocket launcher version, but like that one's pretty late in the game. Really, what this game is about is the um, psychic powers that you get. Um, Pretty early on, you get the ability to telekinetically pick up objects and then throw them, and it has sort of like a homing property as well. But that is, I feel like that becomes a lot of the game. And so if you come to enjoy like doing that, the gameplay is good. And I enjoyed it. It was okay. Like I wouldn't say it was like incredible, but it was fun. Uh, there's an upgrade system. You can upgrade. I think you can upgrade life, energy, and stuff. Usually the thing to upgrade would probably be the what is it even called? To lift up and throw the objects. It's called I forget what it's called. But like you can upgrade the damage on that, and then you can like one shot enemies with it, and then that's like better for sure. Because you do have a cooldown on it, but you of course can upgrade to have less of a cooldown and everything. This game does have a bunch of optional abilities you can unlock, um, which I do think like I think it's kind of like not great that they're optional because they do increase the fun of the game. There's like the very first side mission, which is like it's like a horse mission. You hear like a horse neigh or something. If you do that side mission, which is super easy, you get an air dash. Air dash is great. Um, Another mission in like the mind control area, and then you get the ability to mind control enemies, and that's fun to use. There's a third one, it's like a shield one. That one's like, I think actually I didn't get that one, so I don't know what that one's like. Um, and then the reason I ended up not getting it because the early side missions are easy and pretty worth it, I think. Some of the later side missions are just like boss fights, and like boss fights are not super interesting. Um, but they're okay. It's like other than the very first boss, who is Tomasi, who is like a pain to deal with because he can dodge the telekinetically thrown objects. So you kind of have to just use the gun. Um, Other than him, like he's real frustrating to deal with because you have to actually use the gun. But every other boss is like fine. It's just more of a, it's more gameplay when what I really liked about this game was the story. And to describe the story, actually, right before I describe the story, there's one last ability that is not an optional one. You get it, but you do get the ability to fly, and that one's pretty fun to use as well. Um, the story, uh, story is it's a lot like um, I guess it's a lot like going onto like a random wiki, like a TV show wiki or something, and then you're just like you're curious about something, and you end up sort of clicking through this wiki, and then you see a new thing, you're like, oh, that's kind of interesting. You click on that, and then by the end of it, it's like hours pass, and you know something about this TV show now, even though you've never seen it. But like you know stuff because it's like it was interesting to read the wiki and see what it said. And I feel like this game is kind of like that, like a wiki rabbit hole here, where it kind of just there's just stuff that's there, and you like I don't know, it's just like that. It's like that rabbit hole where you just gain information and it answer doesn't necessarily answer that question you had at the start, but like it's interesting. And at least for me, the hours spent in the game, I think were worthwhile. Um, yeah. So anything else I want to say on this game? I don't know. I think that might be it because I feel like I may be underselling how much I enjoy this game because when I say like just going through, looking through like information and learning stuff, and then in this thing is like there's kind of a mystery, and like the main storyline is kind of like it's fine, right? But really, what I enjoyed was just the place, um, reading, not reading actually. That there's like a whole bunch of collectibles, and I read some of them, and they were not bad. But it's like I liked all like the little like side stories that were happening. Um, Towards the end, this game kind of just goes where it wants to. Like it just starts doing like kind of strange things. Very reminiscent of I guess SCP Foundation type of things, which I don't actually know too much about. But the what I do know about that game is like there's like weird like objects, right? Or not that game, that topic, because it's not necessarily a game. And control, it'll have like that sort of stuff happening. And then there's like and then at the end, I guess there's this sort of shift from being very maybe creepy and mysterious to being like you're in control. And that's very cool. And I did very much enjoy the game. Definitely a 5 out of 5. And it might be, I think it's probably my favorite game I played this year, if I had to say. 2 hour. Pikuniku. This is the platforming kind of game. Um, you definitely don't slide too far, so it's good. Um, let's see. Yeah, it definitely like if you look at like the box art for this game or whatever it is, like the title image, I guess box art is what it would be called. I don't know if it has a physical release though. It definitely does not look like I guess it definitely does not set expectations, which maybe is a good thing because I didn't have like, oh, maybe this game will be like this. I felt like I was able to more easily just enjoy the fact that it was like a just a 2D platformer with an okay story. Um, yeah, not much to say about the story. Like it's fine. There's little funny moments. There's like little yeah, I don't know. There's little funny moments. Your character is like a silent protagonist, so don't expect them from him, I guess. Um, I'm not particularly clear about that, I guess. Um, Something very noticeable about this game was that they do show like a bunch of just random cameras sometimes, and it feels very like maybe if you really looked deep into this game, maybe there's something there, and it makes it interesting. But I kind of like don't care too much about that. But it does kind of make it interesting. But I did enjoy the game, and so it will go in 3 out of 5. Space. It is this is another flying game, but it's different from Air in that uh, you can kind of you in air, the ground is always down. In inner space, there kind of just is no ground. Um, and to sort of put in perspective, I guess uh, inner spaces controls uh, using WASD here. So because it's a flying game, W is down and S is up. Uh, A is rotate left. So like if I can put my hand in front of the camera, it's like it's not turn, it's rotate. Um, D is rotate right. Q is turn and turn left, and then E is turn right. So as you might expect, especially having been playing a bunch of games before, uh, I think I pretty much spent the entire game unable to really get a feel for the controls. So, cause like obviously, like I'm trying to turn left and I hit A, and of course it rotates, and yeah. And what really makes that a problem is that this game has switches which you have to activate by, and they're like lines, so you have to fly into the pole, and you have to fly into the pole from a specific direction. And that's really hard because like I'm here, I'm like rotating, turning, I'm not aligned. Gotta go all the way back and go all the way forward again. And then I hit the wrong button and I rotate instead of turn, and I gotta go all the way back and all the way forward again. It's kind of tough. Um, and yeah, story wise, it's kind of the same as air. Um, there's a character you're introduced to at the start who is more interesting, in my opinion, than any character in Air. He's very like he's got sort of like a cheery, casual attitude, and it's like kind of nice to talk to him. Um, he does follow you throughout the game. Um, every other character is a giant spirit beast who lord drops you, and they say something like that doesn't matter, and then you go on, and that's it's like yeah. I don't know. It's like, why do I care about this? Um, it was to the point, especially because the gameplay was difficult. I did consider like not finishing this game, but I'm like, I definitely can finish this game, so I will. Um, it's not like it's not like I'm not progressing. It's just that I'm not enjoying, right? The difference between this and Cave Story, where I get to a point where I feel like I guess I didn't stop because I wasn't progressing. I just it felt like I wasn't gonna be able to progress, I guess. But this game, I definitely felt like I don't think there's any point where I'm like, oh, I'm gonna be stuck here. So I'm like, I can finish it. And the lore dropping stuff, it got to the point where in my head I was like treating it as a joke, where like these magical spirit beasts, they come to me and they're like, ah, yes, little one, do you remember? Have you heard the tale of the great deer, the great antelope, whatever, who protector of the fields? This antelope ran through the fields every day, destroying the thorns and allowing the fruits to grow. But one day they stopped, and then the thorns became overgrown. Uh, your next destination, the mountain. Go now. And then of course the spirit beast, watches you leave, and then they're just like they turn to the other spirit. They go to back to their secret hole with the other spirit beast, and they're just like, yeah, I told them about the great antelope. Ha 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 ha. because I just made up that he believes this. The great antelope actually is real. You know, every time a syrupy showed up and said anything, I'm just like at the end I'm just thinking like they're thinking in the back of their head, we've secretly told them absolutely nothing useful as a joke. And that's sort of how I got through this game because it lore drops you and it doesn't make you care before it does it, is how I feel. You know, if you want me to be interested in the lore, I feel like you have to make me care about the place first. And you know, games like like Control, like Night in the Woods, they do that. And this game, which is like pretty silent for a lot of it, you know, being silent is not a good thing if you want me to care, I think. Like you gotta tell me stuff that isn't just immediately lore. And this game is a one. Alba, Wildlife Adventure. This game is a pretty simple game, you know, kind of like a third person. Um, is open world the right term? I guess it is kind of like open world. You could go wherever you want. Um, and then you kind of go around and there's a story and you take pictures of animals. Um, and you can kind of sort of complete the story, or you can try and look for all the animals. And those are like the two things you do. Um, Taking pictures, you know, completely fine. You know, Pokemon Snap, I actually haven't played. I would like to play at some point, but like it's like, although maybe like I've seen that game, so it's like I know how it's played. Taking pictures of stuff, you know, that's fine. Um, it's not I wouldn't say it's a positive, but it's definitely not a negative. The story, so that's the gameplay, and that gameplay is all right. The story, basically, you're on vacation. Uh, you're there with like your grandparents who live on this island, and then you kind of go through this town, and there's the mayor wants to turn the nature resort into a hotel. Of course, you're against it because you're a fan of the wildlife. Um, and so you make the efforts to stop it, which include like picking up the trash and like building the bridges or whatever, building stuff for the nature resort. And the building in this game, by the way, is like basically the same as like a Lego game where you kind of just like stand in front of it and hit the A button and it kind of just creates itself. So that's just all that is. Um, it's fine. It's normal. Um, Story, you know, I think it goes about as expected. You're like, I don't know, the mayor, of course, is set on his thing to build a hotel. And but he's like, he's not like super mean about it, but there's like this guy behind him who's like that. He's like the funder of the hotel. And of course, he's probably the real villain. Um, Not as expected. Of course, you're able to win in the end. Um, there was a point where I'm like, I wonder if this could actually be something really interesting. Um, but I would say it's just okay. World Next Door. Which one do I have? Oh, I'm pretty far into it. World Next Door. This is a term here. It's like I don't know which Zelda game it is, but the one where you kind of like you have rooms that are like rectangles, and you go sort of room by room, and you kind of defeat the enemies in that room and move on to the next one. There are other games that aren't Zelda that are like this, but it's that type of game, um, top-down sort of kind of thing. All the characters are two-dimensional, so it's like feels kind of more like side top-down. Um, this game has a gimmick, which is match three. Every level um, is the floor is made up of match three tiles, and you can select one and then you can switch it with another, and your goal is to match three or more um, in any format. Like you could do a line, you could do like an L, you could do like a square, um, and then by matching three, you're able to use an attack to fight the enemies, which I think it just auto targets the closest one. Um, so there's that. There's also like special abilities which you can equip, and then you have to make a certain formation, like a plus or like a U, um, and you can do that. And it is actually pretty enjoyable. It's a nice gimmick, because like it's a type of game where you're running around the level anyway, avoiding the attacks of the enemies, and while you're doing it, there's this added thing of like pick up a tile, switch it with this one to match three, and get your attack out. Um, the art for this game really good. There's actually a sort of a scene where you're traveling to the, I guess, dungeon area, um, which I think is just the sewers. But you're traveling there, and you're in like a tram car, and I was like, wow, this is like a computer desktop background um, sort of thing. Like it's very nice looking. Um, so yeah, I did like the art of this game. I feel like the characters are a bit anime kind of, but not too much. But either way, that's fine. Um, story of this game is okay. Um, plays a girl who's in like some sort of alien planet as part of a like a student exchange program, and you're there for a couple days, and then you end up staying too long, and the portal closes, and it's like you have to figure out with your um, alien friends uh, how to get the portal back open. And it's not anything crazy. It's I'd say it's a pretty normal story, but it's like it's not too bad. There is sort of like a hub world, and they do make a small effort to sort of build up stuff there. There's actually side missions which have like no reward, but you talk to the characters, and it's like an attempt. It's okay. Um, so that's gameplay, story. The art is good. Um, And that would be that, but there is one really big flaw in the gameplay, which is that frequently it is non-functional, which is really unfortunate because everything else about the game, I was like, this is pretty good. Um, it's part of the story. Like, yeah, the story could be better, but it's like it's a good, decent story. Um, yeah, but like the gameplay. Basically, I guess the detection hitboxes are like not that great, and maybe it's just like a Epic Games version specific thing. But it's like I run over a box and I try to pick it up, and it just doesn't pick up. It's highlighted and everything, and it just doesn't work. Or I pick it up and then I try to switch it one, and then it's just like it doesn't switch, and it deselects, and it's just like now I gotta do it again, and it's just frustrating. It's frustrating that it's non-functional. That like the game is still beatable. because if you do it a third time, eventually it will work because the game does work sometimes, but it doesn't work all the time, and it's really, really unfortunate. And so I will have to give it a two, even though I think, even though I think this game really has something, and really like if they were able to flesh out um, the sort of world building stuff, um, like the side missions, maybe give them an actual reward, maybe characterize the characters a bit more, maybe open up the hub to more locations that you could go to, um, and just talk to people. Um, and of course, give them interesting things to say. Uh, what else? If the main story maybe wasn't just so like simple, and you could flesh that out as well and be more like, I don't know, just have more. Like this game, I think this game really has something and really could go somewhere. Although it did come out several years ago, and I don't know if they're really going to revisit it or anything. But it is non-functional, and I cannot give it a positive score because of that. Lion Song. This is another point and click. Um, yeah, that's really all there is to the gameplay. You kind of point and click, kind of walking simulator, kind of. Because there isn't really puzzles. It's more about talking to people, which is not a bad thing. Um, but really, the focus is the story, and the story is about, I guess, different forms of art and the people who create them. I guess in the first level, you play as a musician who's trying to write a song. Um, in the second chapter, you play as painter. You play as a painter who, of course, is trying to paint good pictures. Um, the third chapter might be confusing it with the fourth chapter, but there's a chapter where you play as like a mathematician who, of course, is trying to make it as a I guess trying to get their theories accepted. Um, that sort of stuff is happening, and there's like an epilogue chapter. And the thing about all these people is that um, they're not like normal people. You're playing as like geniuses, essentially. You're playing as people who clearly the music person is some sort of music genius. Clearly the painter person is some sort of painting genius. The math person is some sort of math genius. And it's like I guess it's trying to tell like both an interesting story while also trying to sort of create like an experience of being that sort of um, I guess trying to I guess create an understanding of the mental state of these geniuses. And it is interesting for sure. Um, stories, they're fine. What I do like is when they connect one chapter to another chapter. That's always cool to see when like the character from the first chapter is mentioned in like the second chapter, or like an event that happened in the second chapter. Like it shows up again in the fourth chapter, like they're basically the same event from a different perspective. Very cool. Um, the whole like genius thing is like I sort of border on like, is this pretentious or not? And I'm not sure, uh, but I definitely think it's interesting to think about. And I don't know, I haven't made up my mind on whether it's like too pretentious, but it's definitely interesting. And it's definitely a game that I still think about. Um, and I think about like maybe I should play it again and try some of the different dialogue options to see if I understand the game more and can maybe come to a conclusion on whether or not this game is uh, pretentious or not. The epilogue, I think, is kind of it's okay, and then it kind of segues into a World War One history lesson for some reason, um, and that's like, and it's like sure, world history events like it's good to know what happened and not repeat history when it shouldn't be repeated and stuff, but it's like kind of just weird for the game to segue into that. Um, it's kind of like a lackluster ending there. I'll give it a 2.5, a high 2.5 maybe. Um, Somewhere along the line, I will play this again and uh, and try and understand what I think about this game. Insurmountable, a game where you climb mountains. Um, this is a game where you climb mountains. Yep, and 1 out of 5. Yep. No. Um, this is a game where you climb mountains. And if I had to describe the gameplay, I would say it's like a board game and not a good board game. It's essentially the same as drawing a card, or no, not drawing a card, rolling a dice. You move the amount of steps the dice rolls. You land on a space. Based on the space, you draw a card. An event happens. Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad, maybe it's nothing, and then you just go again. And that's what this game is, basically. Although you don't have to roll dice in this game, you just pick the amount you move. And then the events are not definitely not random. You can kind of just see them. Although it's like there's a symbol and it's like it's this type of event. And you don't know what exactly it is, but it's that type of event. Um, and then there's like a hunger meter and like a health bar and like a warmth meter because you are climbing a mountain, um, and a sanity meter. And it's like the events will increase or decrease them, and you get items that can increase or decrease them, and it's not that interesting. It's like a board game, but you can only play it by yourself. And I think board games that you play by yourself tend to not be that interesting. Uh, which I don't know if that's not, I would say maybe that's not always true, but like in a lot of cases, it's like, why play a board game by yourself when you could play it with other people? That's what this gameplay is. And then the story is bad. Um, the premise of the story is like okay. It's you're trapped in some sort of time dimension or something, and because of that, you're stuck climbing mountains, and you have to try and figure out how to escape. Uh, but the story is all told through like they show like an image of some person, and then the dialogue box appears, and it's just like blah 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 blah. And it's and then they're not like super. emotive or anything. It's just a flat image. And it's just like more text, whatever. Not that interesting. And then you go and you climb the mountain, uh, which is just clicking up the mountain, and that's it. Um, it's really not interesting, but it's easy. It's a lot like climbing stairs, right? Um, because like when it's easy, who cares? Like nothing happened, right? And when it's hard to climb the stairs, it's like, wow, everything just sucks, doesn't it? And that's what this game is. It's like you don't care or it sucks. I guess I do want to point out because you do climb a mountain and like reaching the top is like it doesn't even really feel like an achievement. Like if you've ever done a hike in real life, like there is this sort of feeling of like accomplishment um, that comes with getting to the end of it. And game is not able to capture that at all. I think that's very unfortunate, and it is a 1 out of 5. Something I did notice about this game, Insurmountable, as well as Air, and of course the Deponia games. So the Deponia games are made by Daedalic Entertainment, and then Air and Insurmountable are both like published by Daedalic, Daedalic, and I do sort of like I did at this point like when I loaded up this game and I see like as the game is starting up and it shows you like all the company that made it and the company that published it. I see Daedalic and I'm like, who I wonder who it is. Like interested to hear your thoughts. Yeah, I will get there for sure. Um, who at Daedalic is like deciding things like that they make this game, these games that they publish, they license these games. Like I don't hate that person or group of people, right? But I definitely want to know like what are they thinking? Because I didn't like any of these games. Like what's their thought process? I'm very curious. And Daedalic does not have a good track record for me. Very unfortunate for them. Creature in the Well. This game is kind of like the world next door. It's you have a room, you're in a rectangle and it's like there's stuff to do in the rectangle and then you move on to the next rectangle room. This game also has a gimmick where World Next Door was match three. This one is pinball. Um, and it's okay. I feel like it doesn't really capture pinball as well as it could have. Like I think one of the big like dopamine hits of pinball is like you hit something and it just goes triple score or whatever, right? This game does not do that, which is very sad. Um, but that is because this game is like a very serious game. I feel like it does take itself very seriously, um, which is it's good and it's bad, right? The game story kind of interesting. You're like this like robot thing, and like you're trying to defeat this creature. Very very simple story. Um, Nothing crazy. Um, the environment it creates, like you're in this like desert, and then you go into the caves, and there's like people, but they don't want to go outside, and it's like it's not bad. There's a feeling of emptiness, but it's like it's not empty because there's nothing. It's empty because um, the game has set up the circumstances in this way, and they do put things in the game. So the game isn't empty, but you can feel that the game is intended to be empty, which is weird to say. because but like normally games that are empty, I'm not too big a fan of. And this game, like it's not the same kind of empty, I guess. Um, so yeah. Is there anything else I have to say on this game? Because the gameplay, it's fine, but it's really missing the cool thing about pinball. Um, Story is normal. The environment's all right. Um, does if you're gonna have an empty game, this game pulls it off pretty okay. Um, this game has boss fights that are actually like weirdly hard, and um, all of them are beatable, but there's one of them where it's like overly difficult called Synchronous Field. And then I actually ended up having to go out of my way to pick up optional upgrades um, to beat that level. And I feel like you should try to make games that don't force you to go for optional stuff. Like kind of a detriment to the game, but it's just one level or one boss fight. Um, what else? This game, there was a point where I was thinking like maybe it's really got something interesting here in the story because when you die, the main evil entity that they've been showing you the whole game actually like it seems like he's the one who saves you. I guess if that's I don't know if that's really the right word, but like he picks up your I guess dying body and brings you to back to the town. It's like he kind of saves you, and I'm like wondering like is there something like very profound gonna happen there? And it did not, but it could have. I feel like there was some missed potential there. So this game is gonna go in 2.5. It's it's okay. It's missing a lot of the stuff that I would have liked to seen, but it's definitely not bad. I feel like despite being kind of empty, it does it the right way, and that's okay. Hotline Miami. This is a game I bought on Steam when it was on sale like years ago, and I didn't play it. A lot of these other games were just free games that I happened to have from the Epic giveaway. But Hotline Miami, I bought it, and I just didn't play it. I bought it because I really wanted to play it, and then I didn't play it. Um, Game's a pretty popular game, so I think the gist of it is pretty known. Gameplay is great. It's super uh, engaging. Um, even when you die, it's even when you die, it's like it does it in a way that like you learn from your mistakes and you really just want to like get into it again, right? Um, what else? The story, because the gameplay's good. The story is a little difficult to grasp, I think, at least for the first half, where you're like, they show you that like glasses dude, and he kind of just like, hey, you're doing a great job. And then like they show you like the guys with the mask, and they're just like angry at you or very like disapproving. And it's like strange. It's strange. It's like you don't really understand what's happening, probably. Um, the only thing that makes sense at the start is like you get a call and they say like, "Hey, um, go clean the the supermarket, whatever, and then go buy the groceries." And of course, that means you go to this place to kill all the people there. Um, and it's like, and obviously, like, there's clearly like an unexplained reason why this you're just listening to this entity this like these phone calls. Um, and like I would say they, unless you really look super deep into it, you can kind of go through the game just vaguely understanding that at some point um, you try to stop and they're not cool with it, so they injure you and then and like kill your girlfriend or something. Maybe not. Maybe that was a different person. I don't know. Um, but they injure you and it's like and then the end is like a revenge tour, right? Um, and who you're getting revenge on is like very vague as well, I feel like. Um, unless you were to look into it, I'm sure there's probably like a concrete answer. Um, but you know, I'm not. I guess I'm not the type of person to really look for those concrete answers. And it was. I found the story to be okay, but nothing like at the end. You know, kind of just like the game ends, and yeah, it doesn't tie it up nicely. I feel like it just kind of just ends, and it's okay. The hospital level where you cannot kill anyone, that one was pretty interesting. I think that was a nice inclusion to have something different that wasn't like just annoying to do. But I will give this game a 4. Right. Turnip Boy commits tax evasion. Um, this game is another sort of top-down RPG kind of game. You play as a turnip who is the deed to his house. The mayor comes by and he's like, "You didn't pay your taxes, and now I own your greenhouse. And to get it back, you have to complete some errands for me." And so you do that, and that's pretty much the premise of the story. The gameplay is pretty standard. You know, you run around, you eventually get like a sword, and you can hit the sword to attack the enemies. Then there's like boss fights, and they're like there's that. Other than the sword, you also have a watering can, which lets you do various things. Later on, you'll get like a portal, which lets you set portals, um, stuff like that. It's the gameplay's fine. The story, the main story is fine, and it's enjoyable. I enjoyed it, and I was thinking like, oh, this is probably like a 3 because it's enjoyable. The characters are they're not flat. They're very, they're fun to listen to. They say I don't know, they're not flat, I guess is the term I want to say. Um, and then about, let's see, a little ways into the game, there's this game starts to starts to do something, which is um, I guess it starts to create a world building subplot, a very unexpected world building subplot because it's actually like oddly serious. Um, goes into really actually it like tries to answer the question of why is there a sentient turnip, right? It's like a weird question because this is just like a generic game. Like why is it like getting into this? But it does, and I think it does it very well. Like it actually like I'm like watching stuff happen, trying to explain this sentient turnip. I'm like, huh, where's this going? because this is really interesting. Starts to ask like the questions like why are there just like it's asking these questions and it's showing you stuff and then they put you in a level where it's like a abandoned uh, house or like there's like a house, right? And they're like, yeah, I don't know where this house came from, but it's like it's been here, or I don't remember exactly how it works. I don't think anyone said anything because it just shows you stuff. Really interesting. Um, at the very end, it was getting to a point where like it almost was like becoming the main story, and I was wondering like, is this like actually what this game is? And I thought that would have been actually like incredible if they really made the switch over and pull it off. But they do at the end sort of like, we're not going to take the risk and we're going to go the standard end boss. Uh, that's like an expected end boss and the game ends, right? Um, but I feel like they really built something that could have been incredible. It would have been risky, of course. You would have had to actually pull it off. But they really did have like they were really building something there. And if they made that switch, if they took that risk and they pulled it off, like I honestly would have given it a 5 because it was super interesting to me. Um, yeah, it is a 4 though because it did not take that risk to fully explain I guess I mean it did explain the origins of the why a sentient turnip exists, as well as like the question, yeah, why a sentient turnip exists. They did explain it, but they didn't really acknowledge it, I guess, is what I'm trying to say here. They didn't acknowledge it in the main story of like, this is what's important now. No, what's important is that this guy, this turnip, uh, he wants his greenhouse back and he doesn't know how to read, which is why he commits tax evasion because none of the papers matter to him. Axiom Verge. Um, this game is a Metroidvania. Um, I actually heard about it a decent amount before playing it because it's considered like one of the good Metroidvanias. Um, and I did actually. It was one of like the handful of games I played when Epic Games was like first starting in like late 2018, early 2019. I played the first chapter and then I was like, I do want to finish the rest of this game, but like I just couldn't. I kind of just like wasn't getting into it there. And so, this year, finished the game, and it's gameplay. First of all, this game does have like diagonal shooting, and because of the keyboard ghosting, I kind of struggled with that. Diagonal shooting and trying to jump while doing it. Kind of struggled with that, but the game is beatable without it, so it's fine. Um, Gameplay, I mean, it's a Metroidvania. You have a character with a gun. He can shoot. He can shoot diagonals. As you go through the game, you can collect different weapons. They all do sort of different things. Very cool to try them out. You also can get like abilities. There's like a dash, and then there's like a powered up dash and stuff. Um, I think the most notable ability that you get, it might be the only one actually, other than the guns, is the ability to go through walls. And like the first upgrade is like you have to hold against the wall, and then you sort of like slowly morph through, and then by the end, you can just dash through the wall. Um, it's very cool to be able to upgrade your character as the game goes on and do cool things like dashing through walls. Um, The oh, because it is a Metroidvania, um, I should talk about the level design because I think this game made me wonder if I really enjoy Metroidvanias because I'm not too big a fan of just being sort of directionless and lost. Um, I like just knowing where to go next. Um, in this game, if let me like draw it out here. So like over here, right? You have let's do it here. You have like area one here, right? And it sort of you know you travel around and then you kind of eventually obviously it's bigger than one square on like a thing, but it does kind of generally feed linearly enough into like area two, which is like here. I say linearly enough, but it's not like super linear. And this feeds again linearly enough into area three, which is like here, which feeds into area four, I think. Hold on. Four is like one, two, three. It's like four is like here. And it's like it's pretty okay. And then area five is like here. You gotta go back into area one to get to area five. And it's just like that's no longer linear. Um, there is like a sub area here, which is like a big long hallway. And they give you a thing you can ride on that can take you all the way from area four to area one. Um, but yeah, but and that's there. But it is like backtracking. Uh, and that I don't know, that exists. Obviously it's a Metroidvania and it does do that. It's not super linear. Area 6 is like directly to the right of Area 5, and then like Area 7 is like here, and then the eighth area is like eighth and final area is like here. Um, so sort of looks like that. Um, the let's see, one, two, three, five, six is like I think up to that point was fine, but then after that I was like, all right, the end of Area 6 just takes me back to this area. I'm just gonna look up where to go, and I just because I didn't want to like search for Area 7 or the final area. But yeah, it is you know not completely linear. Story wise, the first four areas I'd say are nothing too crazy. There's like a little bit of setup for stuff later in the game. Um, they kind of just sort of introduce you. The main character is just like, what's going on? And then like the giant robot thing is kind of telling you like you have to help us, and that's kind of just the game. Um, where the game story really takes off is in the areas five and six, um, where it kind of just changes everything. Um, area five, if I remember correctly, is just trying to remember that. Yeah, area five. It's not so much. I guess it's like a chase sequence almost. You know, not so much sort of exploring and defeat the boss at the end. It's like you see something and you're like, "Hey, come back!" and you go and do that, and then at the end of it, the boss is like, um, it's really interesting what they do. And then this feeds into Area 6, where there's two bosses in it. And to sort of spoil it, the first boss is literally dies by itself. It's like a super like subversion sort of thing where it's like you can just stand there and just watch it. And it's like this game is like what's the term? Kino, right? it's doing those things in Area 5 and Area 6. Um, so like I think that's the peak of this game. Because after Area 6, Area 7 is literally like a backtracking thing for a specific upgrade. Um, uh, and then Area 8, the enemies get super hard, and I found myself just like trying to damage boost my way through, which this game lets you do, although they do a lot of damage at the end of the game. Um, the final boss is kind of pretty expected up to that point with everything else you learned. Um, but that area 5 and 6 where like you don't fully know everything and it's revealing stuff to you and it's doing like weird things in the game is very cool. But the rest of the game, like it's normal, I guess. And I feel like at the end I was like I wasn't sure if I liked Metroidvanias. And so I will give this a 4. I'd say it's pretty high on the 4 scale, but like it is there. Faster Than Light, any more that I have left. 5 after this. All right, cool. So there's 6 more. Faster Than Light is I guess it's sort of like a tactics game, but it's rather than being like XCOM 2 or Fire Emblem, it's a lot like Tori Bash, which I actually haven't played a lot of, but that's what it kind of reminds me of, um, where you're really sort of like micromanaging that sort of like the micromanaging the tactics, even more like I'm trying to micromanage the tactics, and that's like the focus. It's not really the turn-based strategic aspect that's really there. It's the micromanaging. Um, Story of this game, which I'll talk about first, is kind of just whatever. You're just a ship, and you're trying to beat the bad guys, and you travel through to find the bad guy uh, main ship, and I don't know. That's the whole story. It's not very prominent in the game. I feel like you can kind of just whatever, but that is the story. The gameplay, um, it is it's all right. I enjoy the tactical aspects of it. Um, I guess I should say this game took me because I did read up on this game because specifically actually towards the actually specifically first because I was like, should I play on normal or hard? And people were like, you should play on normal. I was like, let me see what hard is about anyway. And I played one run of hard, and I'm like, all right. Based on what people said of the differences between the two, I'll just play on the normal difficulty, which I think changes the enemy AI slightly and then just gives you more scrap to start, and then otherwise it's the same game. Um, and more scrap, it's like 10 more scrap or something. It's not too much. 10, maybe it's 20. I don't know. Um, so I was like, sure, I'll just play it on normal. Um, what else to say? And then the other time I looked something up about this game is when I got to the final area and it was saying like the final boss is gonna be here. I was like, all right, this is a game that like something goes wrong and then the ship explodes and then you lose and then you gotta start from the beginning. So I'm gonna look up this final boss because if there's one thing that's gonna annoy me, it's losing to something I don't understand. Because this game doesn't really prepare you for the final boss. Um, I say doesn't prepare you, it kind of does, but it doesn't really like it gives you it shows you all of the things the final boss could do little by little, and then at the end it's kind of just like, well, here's everything now, and that's unexpected. The fact that just everything is there now, um, and the fact that it's multiple phases and you don't really get to heal um, in between phases. So yeah, I'm definitely glad that I looked up what the final boss is before I did it, because I definitely would have just died to something that I didn't know was gonna happen. Um, and then I would have been like, oh, man, now I gotta go through it all again, and then it's gonna do another thing that I don't understand. Um, but getting through this game, I feel like for the most part, things are pretty straightforward, and then every once in a while, it'll kind of just do something, and you know, if you know what to do, like you just get it's easy to get through. But if you're not ready for it, you do lose. Um, and if it happens, I feel like if it happens during like the first five or so worlds, like it's pretty quick to get into. A full run is maybe like an hour long. It's not bad. Um, I know like the first couple runs I lost, it was like I didn't realize like I guess what happened was they teleported a bunch of mantis things into the oxygen area. They took out the oxygen, and even as I was finally able to defeat all the enemies aboard my ship, it was too late to repair the oxygen, and everyone suffocated. Um, and from that, I learned it's like, oh, I should have at least level 2 oxygen, so that when they break the oxygen and take out one level, there's still a second level. Um, of course, you could always get lucky and never have to deal with them teleporting directly into your oxygen room, but sometimes it just happens. You have to be prepared, and the game will either prepare you intuitively, like things make sense, right? The oxygen you needed to breathe, or you will lose and then you'll understand. And you'll be like, all right, I know what to do now. And the game is, again, only like an hour for a run, so it's okay. Um, I think I finished this game in a single digit number of runs. I think it was like 7 or 8 or something, which people from what I read, apparently it normally takes a lot longer, but I did look up exactly what the final boss does. And once I died to the oxygen thing, it's like I never died to it again because I knew what to do. I started to understand, um, utilizing the doors and everything, and it's like it all came together. And it is a very, once you understand, and the game is pretty good at making you understand uh, either as it's happening, and you can just pause at any time, which is how you make the decisions, where it's like something happened, pause the game, now what do I do? Um, and then even after you die, it's like as long as you paid attention, it's like you understand why you died. And there is always an answer to not die, I feel like, unless you get like super, super unlucky and have like multiple encounters where they kind of whittle you down like that, uh, multiple hard encounters. Um, yeah. And the final boss, it's like, while it doesn't prepare you, it is sort of like a combination of everything you learned plus a little more, which is what makes it really hard. Um, but like it shows you everything. It's like, yeah, you remember the ships with the drones? Here they are. Oh, here's the phase where we're gonna send enemy crew onto your ship and you have to deal with it. Um, here's our special ability that kind of just like does a ton of damage for some reason. Um, that's the little extra that you have to figure out on the fly if you didn't look it up. But I looked it up, so it was okay. And I did beat the boss on like the fourth time I got to it, and I was getting to it at the end. I got it quicker than I think a lot of other people did, and I do wonder if because I got through it so quickly that I didn't feel super connected to the game. Maybe the people who really struggled and pushed and learned, um, maybe that's what makes the game like one of the greatest. But for me, it was it was like strategic. I was like, all right, I understand strategy. I just pause, think about everything, get to it. Doesn't work, figure out the solution, and then do the next run after I figured it all out. Feel like maybe I got through this game too quickly. Um, maybe, but it is a 3 out of 5 for me. Too quickly to consider it one of the best. But who knows? I would play it again. You know, Obviously not right now where I have so many other games to play, but I would at some point later on. Um, Super Mario Power Star Frenzy. This is a fan game that it was actually I mentioned the video game book club thing that I joined uh, during Night in the Woods. This was the first game where I was actually there for the like, hey, this is the game we're gonna play. Played I played the 2019 version, which I did learn from the book club that they had like an older version and it had 60 stars, and then the guy decided to port it to the, I guess, new was a game maker engine, and they only were able to port 45 of the 60 stars, and then they decided to move on, and we're gonna we're done with this game, and we're gonna move on to, and they moved on to make a their own like original IP. I already forgot what it's called, but I have it wishlisted on Steam, and it's supposed to come out pretty soon. Um, let me look this up real quick because I have it. Hold on. Since I mentioned it, I should just remember what this game is called, not just be like, "There's this game, I don't remember." Um, this game was called Auroscope. Auroscope. So that's this person's original game that they made. And from what I can understand, it's relatively similar gameplay wise, at least. At least it looks like it, which is cool because this game um, has nice gameplay. It uh it emulates things that are good about Mario. The 2D Mario games. The character doesn't slide too far. Um, Yeah, yeah, it slides a little bit, but it's like it's enough to where like it feels like, oh, it makes sense that they slide, but it's not like I landed here and now I'm gonna be off the platform. There's nothing you can do about it, right? Sometimes you'll slide off the platform, it definitely happened to me. Uh, but it's not like too slippery to where I'm like, come on, dude. You know. That being said, I did hear that apparently the older version has Luigi who slides super far. Probably would not enjoy that. Um, Game has a lot of classic Mario mechanics. Um, you have like the spin move you can use, which I actually never used. Um, Too many buttons. You can pull turnips out of the ground and throw them, which becomes a main point in one of the levels, which is uh, my favorite level, where you actually have to use that turnip pulling stuff. Because up to that point, I wasn't really using it. Um, Yeah, and then otherwise the levels they all tend to have like a gimmick, I guess. There's the first level which is normal. There's the level with the bouncing mushrooms, which are the it's the bouncing mushrooms level. There's the turnip level with all the Yoshis. Um, there's like a cave level. I don't know if there's really a gimmick there, but it's a cave level. There's an underwater level, which, you're underwater in. And then there's like one-off levels. There's one where you have to do like a big multi-step thing to unlock this temple and get to the star at the end. And you collect stars in this game, by the way. Um, there's one level where the ceiling kind of falls down periodically and then goes back up, and you collect one star there. Um, this game's it's cool. It has a lot of ideas. The collecting stars thing's a lot like the 3D Mario kind of games where you collect stars, and when you select the level, it will usually show you like a menu, like in Mario Galaxy or uh, or Mario 64 or something, where it's like da 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 da. Pick one of the things you want to get, and you could get other stars depend in different levels, just like 64 and in Galaxy. I don't know actually know if you could do that in Galaxy. Um, but you could definitely do it in 64, Mario 64. Um, and yeah, and there's interesting stuff where it's like there's one that you need a certain power up, so you can get that power up and then go back to that level. A lot of interesting ideas this has. And I don't know. Most importantly, the gameplay, it's good, right? I like the game because you don't slide off the platforms super easily, and it's a 3. There isn't too much story here. It's just like a Mario fan game, but it's a nice platformer. Doesn't elevate itself to anything crazy, but it's a nice platformer with some nice ideas. Or left. Wheels of Aurelia. This is a like kind of like a walking simulator, but it's kind of you're in a car and the car drives and the car drives automatically, and all you do is like you speed up and steer it. Um, and because it's that sort of walking simulator type of thing, what matters is the story. And as for the story, it doesn't make any sense at all to me. I'm like, essentially what it is I'm listening to these conversations, the driver character and like the passenger characters, and sometimes you'll get different passengers and stuff. Like you start with the same passenger at the start, but you can pick up other ones. And then they're kind of just like talking about stuff that I'm just like, feel like, feel like I'm hitchhiking. Like I got into this person's car and they're talking with some person they know, and they're just like, yeah, yeah, this and this. I'm just like, and I'm sitting here like in the back seat, like, what is this conversation about? Because they're kind of vague about stuff, and I'm just like, if this were real life, whatever, right? If I were happen to be hitchhiking and they're doing that, sure. But in this video game, where the experience is supposed to be for me, please include me in this conversation. Like, please keep me in the loop here, because you're saying stuff and it doesn't make any sense. It feels like I missed like something that was said a week ago. Um, Now it feels that way with like every character. Even the ones where it's like they're clearly meeting for the first time, and you can literally ask because you pick the dialogue options of the driver. You can ask like, "Oh, what's your name?" And then you kind of ask stuff. And I guess some of them, it's like maybe because they don't know each other, they're kind of vague. But because they're vague, it's like because the two things are like they're vague or it's something that there's like an inside joke between them or something where they talked about it a week ago and none of it makes any sense to me. I don't know what's happening in the story. I just can't follow it. And that's very unfortunate because the art is really nice, the music is very nice, but the gameplay is whatever, and the story is bad. It does go, and I really like the way this game looks, but it's like barely a two. Maybe on a different day, I might even be like, yeah, it's just a one. But I really do like the look of the game, the what am I doing? The sound of the game, the feel of the game. You know, like it's driving is fine, but it's bad. Celeste. Celeste is a precision platformer, and there's a lot of diagonal stuff, and the keyboard ghosting is really hard, but it is still completable. Um, and I do want to make very clear that I will defend the Max Jersey opinion of this game to the end because I think that's a very valid opinion, even if it is not the same opinion that I have. Um, because Celeste, it it's not. I wouldn't say it's a game for everyone, right? You have to be ready to precision platform, um, and unless you're like, I think even if you're really good at them, you're probably still going to die a couple times, and you have to be prepared for that. And for me, that's fine, but that might not be for everyone. Just like any other game, but even more so for a game like Celeste, which is pretty difficult. Um, the story of this game is very nice. Um, I think characters pretty cool to talk to, um, to listen to. Um, the message the story has is not bad at all. Pretty nice. Um, I will say, like, I wouldn't say that this game has like at least for me like a peak moment where I'm just like that's incredible. Like Axiom Verge areas 5 and 6, I was like, wow, that's really great. Turnip Boy, where they start asking those weird questions and they start showing you stuff. It's like, wow, that's pretty interesting. I feel like Celeste doesn't have that. I pointed out the 4 out of 5 games, but also the 5 out of 5 games. Um, I don't know if there's moments I could point out to where but I feel like these games kind of there's multiple moments, so maybe I don't want to get into that right now because that'll take too long. Celeste, I feel like it doesn't have all of those moments, but at the same time, when I think about the game, I'm thinking about like, could this game be better? I kind of feel like not really without changing the game to just a different game that I would enjoy more, right? Like I enjoy tactics games. Maybe just make Celeste a tactical game and I would enjoy more. That's not how it works, right? I think Celeste for what it is, it's like I don't know, I don't see a way to improve it. So despite and there's nothing that I disliked either, right? And so despite like not really peaking, I will give it a 5 because I feel like I'm not expecting anything better from a precision platformer anytime soon, at least until I experience it, right? But it's not something that I can just like envision like, oh, this would just be better. Right? Ty the Tasmanian Tiger. This is a game I played for the book club, the second game, I guess. Maybe the third if you count the fact that I did play Night in the Woods, but I didn't play it for that club. So the second game, um, one that I mean the actual meeting to review it is at the beginning of January. So maybe my thoughts will change once that discussion will get going. But at least for now, it's just me playing that game. This game is a collectathon, I guess is the term that they use. 3D. Uh, it's not really open world, but I guess it's sort of open world, right? Within each level, maybe like a Mario 64 type of open world, right? Like I don't know. Open world's such a vague term now that I think about it. Sometimes, because like yeah, that compares. Yeah, yeah. But like you have like a hub area. You go to the glowing portals into like a unique area, and you collect the stuff. You collect the yeah. There's like 100 eggs that you collect. Thunder eggs, right? Thunder eggs are the thing that you want at the end. So you got to collect the smaller eggs for the big eggs, right? Something like that. Um, and then you do various little mission stuff to collect everything. And I did 100% this game. Um, I did collect every Thunder egg. I did I get like every collect? I guess that's what 100% thing is. I got every collectible. I didn't get every painting. I guess the picture frames, the art gallery, did not get every single one of those. That's the one thing I did not do. Um, so yeah, but like the file says 100% because like I think that's not counted as part of the thing. Um, so that's the gameplay. The story is you play as like this very stereotypically Australian Tasmanian tiger, um, who is tasked with collecting the five relic things to stop the bad guy, right? Um, so the gameplay pretty fine. I thought it was pretty easy to actually get into and just end up collecting everything. I was like, oh, this is like not bad. I feel like even like the 100 collectibles, I don't feel like I have to go crazy searching for everything. I feel like I can kind of just do it and it's not too bad. And if I didn't want to, it's like I don't have to collect everything. So I thought the gameplay was good. I will say a lot of other like 3D collecting type of games I haven't played. So I don't know, maybe if I play like Banjo-Kazooie, maybe my opinions will change because I did read a Wikipedia article of this game where the it's actually really interesting. Let me hold on. I want to read it out because it's like I thought it was kind of funny. So, by the Tasmanian Tiger. Yeah, reception. All right, so here we have interviewing the PlayStation 2 version of the game, Jeremy Dunham and Kaiser Huang of IGN concluded that the game is a Crash Bandicoot clone through and through. Uh, right, and also blah blah blah. And then the next sentence, in a review of the Xbox version, Kaiser Huang said that it makes no effort in hiding its influences and that the game is a Mario clone through and through. Um, I thought that was like really funny that it's like for whatever reason, Kaiser Huang here, he changed his mind. He's like, it's Crash Bandicoot, and actually no, it's Mario now. And like, I kind of want to know, like, does this guy think Crash Bandicoot and Mario are the same game? Because I feel like they're definitely not. Um, but yeah. And so maybe if I play Crash Bandicoot or Banjo-Kazooie, which I believe both came before this game, maybe I'll feel like, oh, this is just like a too repetitive, but because I haven't played either of those games, I feel like I'm like, oh, this is really good, gameplay wise. The story, um, I think Ty's dialogue is hilarious. Uh, all his like weird Australian slang. I think that's Kino. I think that's great. I think it's like every time where it's like something happens, he's just like Struth, you ripper. It's like great, great. That's all he says, and that's what's good. It's all I want him to say. Um, I is a Gex clone through and through. Yep. Every every game is the same now, all because of Ty. He is very Australian, almost to the point where it's like, I wonder if I were Australian and I play this game, I'd be like, what is he even saying? Like, just so Australian. Um, play the story actually. Sorry, the story as it goes through, I feel like it's great. Um, Backwatch the VOD for the ones I've played. Cool. Yeah. Did you hear that I said that I think your opinion on Celeste is good, even though I don't agree? I think that's very important. I think your opinion is good, even though I'll make fun of you for it. Very important. Anyway, tie the Tasmanian Tiger, the story, sets up the premise, um, sets up the premise, and then the gameplay happens, and like you introduce to the characters, they're fun characters. Um, Everything I would say is going good, and then the game has to come to an end. And the game, and honestly, up to this point, I was thinking like, wow, I actually really enjoy this game, and obviously, maybe if I had played one of the other games, maybe I wouldn't be thinking so highly of it. But like, I'm really enjoying this game. But then the game has to end, and the ending, I feel like the game doesn't nail the ending. Like I played it, and it's like it's okay, but I'm like, wow, there's so much here that could be better. Um, I didn't mention in the gameplay, you throw a boomerang around, it's very fun. I did play the remastered version, by the way, where the boomerang apparently it's like the main difference of the game, where it's thrown where the camera is facing, and apparently in the original game, it's thrown where Ty, the character, is facing. Uh, Seems like it would be a pretty big deal, but I don't know actually for sure because I played the remaster. Um, and you get different boomerangs. Um, Oh, that's a huge quality of life change. Yeah, I was curious. I was like, do I just want to play the original? And I read that. I'm like, yeah, I think I'll just play the remaster because, yeah, the boomerang sound effect, very nice. Yeah, you get a lot of unique boomerangs. The radar one gets annoying after a while, but like sometimes I need it to find the stuff. Um, but yeah, I collected everything, so I got all the boomerangs. I have no idea what the chrono rang does. Um, But yeah, and of course the bosses in this game that are I think the first boss is pretty good. The second boss is pretty good. The third boss it's okay, right? Let me think. It's bull, shark, and then giant robot kind of thing, right? Or ape, monkey robot. Yeah. Third boss is like weaker, I think. But that's because it wants you to sort of solve a puzzle by picking the right boomerang. And as long as you realize only the main story boomerangs, the fire, ice, and electric one, are important, then it's like it's not that bad to just know like just those three plus the bite, right? Um, but yeah. Um, So the final sequence of the game, which I feel like is weak, um, is there's like a lead up, which is just normal, right? You just travel through the path and you collect the stuff and whatever, and you get to the end. There's a mini boss, which is a fine mini boss. You get through that. And then the final boss is maybe the weakest boss. You kind of just have to, like, rather than fight anyone, you just kind of destroy a bunch of turrets, and then you kind of destroy a bunch of wires, and then you get a boomerang that you control the boomerang specifically, like you fly around with it. Um, which for whatever reason, up is it's a flying thing, kind of like air, right? But up is up and down is down, which is never the case in any flying thing. So already know I'm trying to go down and I hit W because W is usually down for flying, and of course I crash into the wall and I have to restart. I did eventually just rebind my controls to make up down and down up, um, which is it's nice. You can that you can rebind controls. Um, and then but you fly through this pipes thing, which is like a little too long for me. And then at the end of the pipe, which by the way, there's a wrong way to take. And I went through that wrong way. Like, what? Why am I doing? Why am I not winning? Before I understood that I'm taking the wrong way. Um, you get through the pipe, that's it. You don't actually like fight a final boss. It feels like, and that's kind of like a miss. And then the ending scene happens, and for whatever reason, there's like no dialogue. And it's like it's weird. Because like all I want is for someone to be like, you know, you did it. You did it. You little ripper. Something like that just at the end. Like, why not? Right? Did they run out of budget for a voice actor for one line? Why do they all just say nothing at the end? Very strange. I think another miss. Then at the end of the game, of course, you can go back into the hub, back into your game, and this is the sort of third miss of the ending, in my opinion, where nothing changes. It's as if, uh, yeah, I don't know. It's like I feel like you could have brought all the characters you met just into that hub world and give them a line of dialogue, even if it's repetitive. It's like it'd be nice to color up the place a little bit. Um, Especially like if they don't have a voice actor, maybe you could like have them sleeping on the porch of the house and you can't talk to them. Just them being there, like as like a hey, you beat the game. I really wanted something like that, and this game didn't have it. And it's like kind of like unfortunate because I feel like I really enjoyed everything else about this game enough to collect everything, to 100% it, except for the picture frames, which don't count to the 100%. There are like 300 something of them or 400 something of them. Um, and they're all in hidden boxes. Um, but I feel like it misses too much at the ending. It feels like somehow they couldn't nail the boss, they couldn't nail the ending cutscene, they couldn't end putting you back uh, into the game after beating it, and it is going to be a four because these are kind of small misses that do build up to like a -1 essentially. Uh, but that's where it is, and I did really enjoy it. Um, and I do want to play games like Banjo or Crash because of it. last game of Oxenfree. I completed this game not too long ago, so it's very possible that my opinions change the more I have time to think about it. But this game was interesting because when I was playing Night in the Woods, I was searching for some stuff about the game. I was checking the subreddit just to see like just some stuff, and I did read like I guess I was checking to see like what do other people like about this game, and I ended up reading that some people were like I played uh, both of these games because they came out like Oxenfree came out 2016, Night in the Woods 2017. They're like I played them both, enjoyed them both, and there were some comments that I read that were like I played Oxenfree and then I was disappointed by Night in the Woods. That's in the Night in the Woods subreddit, so obviously it's more centered around Night in the Woods there with Oxenfree as a comparer. Um, After playing Oxenfree, I can understand what people meant when they said that. Because, not because any game is, either of these games are bad, um, because if you go into either one of these games having played the first and expecting the first, you're going to be disappointed because these games are not the same game. Um, they cross just a little bit to make you think like, oh, they could do kind of the same thing, and they're just not the same game, right? So it's maybe the worst thing that could happen uh, in regard to expectation, because there's little bits that uh, what's the term? Circulate. I don't know if that's the right word. Circulate your expectations. That's not the right word. Um, but you get the idea. It's like your expectations are like, oh yeah, yeah, and then they don't meet your expectations at all because it's not the same game after circulating it. Um, if I had to describe what Oxenfree is, I've only seen playthroughs of Life is Strange, but it's a lot like that from what I understand. Circumvent, no, opposite of circumvent. Because circumvent means like prevent, right? So to not prevent, to to bolster your expectations. I guess that's the word that works. To bolster your expectations. It's like you played Oxenfree and you're thinking Night in the Woods. Maybe that's like Oxenfree, and you're like, and stuff is happening that's kind of similar. You're like, oh yeah, 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 and then it's not Oxenfree. And the same would happen if you played Night in the Woods. You start Oxenfree, you're like, oh yeah, kind of like Night in the Woods. Yeah, yeah, and then it's just not. But yeah, Life is Strange, kind of similar. If I had to describe, I feel like Oxenfree cares a lot about the big mystery happening. Night in the Woods cares about the characters and the world building, right? And the thing is, Night in the Woods has a mystery, but it doesn't really care as much about it. Oxenfree has characters and, the character building, the world building, but it does care about it less, in favor of choosing that big mysterious story that's happening. So yeah, I can totally understand why if you go into one game expecting the other, that you would be disappointed. But I think both are pretty good. Because, um, yeah. That being said, Oxenfree, the story, you go through the mystery, you talk to the characters, the dialogue kind of pops up, and it's like sometimes it's like uh, Life is Strange syndrome, where it's like the dialogue option is like a word, and you're like, are they going to say it in the way I want them to say it, right? Like me, I'm like sarcastic like most of the time, and I see something, I'm just like, is this person going to say it sarcastically, like the way I feel like they should be saying it? Um, Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. The game needs like yeah, this is great. Slash S is basically what I kind of want from this game. Is like I need to know that I'm being sarcastic. But this game is great when the character's sarcastic, in my opinion, because it's like, yeah, that's hilarious to me. Um, although sometimes, even when it's not, I feel like the game is still like it's all right. That being said, like the dialogue options do matter to your relationship with the various the four other characters that are important to the game. Um, and I I was curious after being it, where at the end it kind of showed me like you didn't really connect with this character, you didn't really connect with this character, you didn't really connect with this character, and there was one that I connected with, and I was like, all right, well that's okay. And I was curious if maybe because I only connected with one, I got like a bad ending because the ending was like this game also I feel like didn't really nail the ending. And I did look it up, and it's apparently the ending like is generally similar. But if you do like everything and you get like the 100% ending, there's some interesting stuff. But it is kind of like there is a thing that happens that I feel like what's the term underscores the game in like a bad way. It's a lot like buying a gift, right? You buy a Christmas present, you buy a great gift, you put the box, you buy some nice wrapping paper, you wrap it up, and then you're like, oh, I don't have a ribbon. Tie it up. And you're like, and then you end up deciding like, oh, I'll just use like this old shoelace. And it's like you don't need the shoelace at all. Um, you can do without it. And that's like you don't even need a ribbon, right? The gift is fine as is. And this game basically it's great. And if it ended like 30 seconds earlier, I think I would have really enjoyed it, even if I didn't really get the best ending. But in like the last 30 seconds, they're just like, yeah, none of this matters at the end. Like if for no reason. It's just like, yeah, nothing matters. And then end scene. And it's like, why? Why do that? I don't like it. I don't like it. And it's a four. Because everything else was enjoyable. Um, it's like there's like a bad taste in my mouth at the end. For and it's unnecessary. It's not even like maybe like in Thai, maybe they like ran out of budget for everything. This one they added it on the end, right? It wasn't something that was missing. It was something that they included. That's unfortunate, at least for me, right? Because I think if you can look past it, you can look past because the thing is that sort of ending sequence makes sense, and it is sort of like a profound thing, and I feel like it's sort of like sacrificing I guess, the happy ending for something profound, and I just don't like that sacrifice, but others maybe do. But I just want a nice ending. I don't want to be told like, yeah, it didn't matter. Please don't tell me that. There it is, all 40 games I rated. Yeah, worst game I played, probably everything, which makes a nice pun, by the way. I hate everything. Best game I played, probably Control, but like, I don't want to order everything in here, so that's what it is. And of course, uh, this is not the end of games for me. Um, as you can see, BP loves Control and hates everything. It's so real. Yep. Control and everything. Yep. They just had to name the games, and it's because they named the games that way, right? That's why, obviously, clearly. Um, yeah. So that's that. And the next thing that I want to talk about, obviously, is the next year. I have here my 2024 tab in my games backlog. You can see this kind of weird thing going on here. My 2024 plan. Need to play Alan Wake 1 and 2 next year. Yeah, I got Alan Wake right here. I definitely, because I have it, and I'm like, now that I play Control, I gotta play Alan Wake. Alan Wake 2 can maybe wait because I have so many games that I already own. And the thing is, like this plan here, very tentative. Um, Epic Games is doing their one free game every day now, and maybe something will come out where it's like, oh, I definitely want to play that. But I have here a very loose plan, um, where these are the games I plan on beating, before the year ends. It's just this game here. Um, I have generally 4 games a month, and then towards the end, I just have 3 games because like they're further away. I'm not sure. Um, these games here are sort of just like if I have free time. Also have to consider if I'm gonna play all of those book club games. We'll see if I play all of them or not. I have to, there's an extra game each month. There's these games down here, which you can see I also want to play. And there's actually even more beyond this. These are just like my immediate play. Because like I also have Half-Life from that Steam giveaway. I'd like to play Half-Life at some point, but like, I gotta pace myself. Maybe second half of the year, maybe, I can wait, right? There's so many games I have. Um, and these are all the games that I already own, right? Like the games that I want to buy. I actually have another sheet for that. Hold on. This one? Yeah. Look at this. I have a whole list of like any game that sounded interesting but I don't own. These games are like I probably won't play it for a while because, you know, I don't own them and I own a lot of other games that I want to play. But yeah. I'm very sad that I missed both Into the Breach giveaways on Epic, but that's just how it goes sometimes. This is sort of my plan for next year. Uh, these are actually, by the way, these are my goal to finish by the month, right? Early, middle, end of the month. I actually am already continuing Death Stranding because it's a long game, and my goal is like finish it by early February. So considering XCOM 2 here, I started I think end of August. You know, 40-hour game gonna take a while. So yeah. Uh, at least for right now, I think because um, because I haven't played a lot of video games for a while, I still get that feeling where it's like I may be wasting my time a little bit. I do want to like do stuff like this games review, like stream the games when I can. I'm thinking this column on the left may be the most likely to stream, but we'll see. The middle one is a maybe. The end one probably will play off stream. Like Death Stranding, I can't, don't have the specs. Who knows? But I feel that need to like do something other than just play the game sometimes. So got to do that. Um, that's my very loose stream plans, I guess. Um, yeah, I think that's it. Oh, the other thing is something that I'm working on that may not be done for a while is free Sims 4 My First Pet Stuff pack. Cool. I don't play The Sims. Would take too long, but I'll probably grab that pack. Why not? Maybe in like 5 years, I'll play The Sims. Um, as you can see, this blue thing here for the chat is just the background of my desktop. Um, Yeah. If a antivirus notification pops up, it'll pop up right here. There was one other thing that I am planning in regards to playing games is I have a I've been building a top 100 games list of all the games that I've played. Um, and I don't really want to like show it because I feel like it's not super valuable without explanation. And because like most of the games are like the most random games ever from like 2008. Um, but I would like to have that and maybe have like a maybe not a video explaining all 100 games, but like a maybe like an article where I write about it and then sort of update that every year and kind of have like a as I actually play games that aren't in that tiny subsection of '07 to '09 Nintendo, um, have like an evolving top 100 list as I play the games. Um, and that would be kind of cool. And it'll be, I think, not only will be games added to it, I'll sort of reevaluate games when I can. I don't know about replaying games just because, I want to play all the new games. But like right now, I think my number one is PMD, Darkness and Time. I didn't play Sky, but like same thing. Um, like there are more than likely games that are better than that. But as of right now, it's like that's the game I like. It's tactics. It's got a nice story. It's this epic adventure. Um, but things will evolve, and maybe it'll just drop naturally as I play and experience a lot of other games. And I think that'd be interesting to see that sort of evolution. Um, yeah, and but also to put into perspective of like how few games I've played. Every game I've rated positively here is a top 100 game, and a couple of the games I rated in here as mid do make like the I don't know about low 80s, but definitely they're in the 90s. A couple of them. Yeah. That being said, things do change. Call of the Sea was higher for a while, and the more I thought about it, I'm like, this game's too weird. And I think it is like, I think right now it is like 101, so it's outside. Um, but that's what I'm gonna work on. Just a big article for that, I guess, because it would definitely be too long for a video, unless I do it in like parts of 10, but I kind of don't like that idea. Um, that's my gaming plan. Um, but yeah, very subject to change. If anyone wants me to play a specific game first out of these or out of any, epic free game I might have, because that's where most of the games are, definitely I could do that. Very tentative. Maybe new games, the new games just started, right? DNF Duel was free today. Something new will be free tomorrow, and then something after that. Probably won't play DNF Duel for a little while though. I don't know. But that is that. Yep. And you can see my Death Stranding. I'm at the start of episode 2 now because I beat all of episode 1. Yep.